going right here. Come on, it'd be nice to get a start off a big one. All right, good Monday morning, everybody. Welcome to Head-to-Head Fishing, the original head-to-head. You have tuned in for the Southeast Smackdown. We're fishing bass this week. I'm Matt Trotz. And sitting next to me is a in-studio special guest. He's going to be here all week. Is Andy Cleveland. What's up, Andy?
Not much. How you doing, Matt?
Good, buddy. You're my knowledge guy for the week
nice,
here.
You don't have to save any
Mitch
fish,
Van Ert's talking for a second.
For the next days.
You're super stoked. You said you hardly slept a wink last night.
Man, I am such a fan of head-to-head fishing. I am such a fan of what you guys are doing. And since I wasn't going to get anything done this week anyway, because I would have been watching this, it's great to be here and actually talk fishing because I think my wife and kids are sick of me talking fishing to them.
So we get to talk to a couple thousand people that are tuning in throughout the rest of the week. So how was everybody's weekend out there in Chatland? Here in Wisconsin, we got a little bit of weather pushing through in the central part. Looks a little nicer down where these guys are fishing. They're kind of in the southern part of the state, fishing Geneva, Delevan, and Whitewater over the course of the day or the week. So hopefully we get into some awesome bass fishing this week. Now remember that this week it's back to the 2-pound head-to-head standard on all legal bass. So we could see some smallmouth and some largemouth caught this week.
Yeah, from what I understand, Geneva is got the potential for both. Yep. And a couple of guys I got to talk to earlier said that the smallmouth could really be a big factor in this one. And you know, Geneva is one of those lakes in bass fishing that up here we hear a lot about. And to be able to see these guys out there fishing it, I'm excited to see how these guys fish it and to learn how to fish it. For what I understand, Geneva fishes a lot like Big Green. So those people familiar with Big Green, it's a deep, clear lake. You know, very much around the shoreline. You're going to have a lot of those transitions and deep breaks. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see what happens this time of year. Be anxious to see what pattern these fish are really in. If they're in that pre-spawn staging area, if they're moving up on the flats, if they're starting to roam around, or if they're actually starting to get on beds. This year has been kind of a crazy year weather-wise, so it'll be exciting to see how this unfolds.
RJ says, what's up? He'll be watching all week. RJ fished last week during the Bagel brutal beatdown.
Good thing it felt little.
So let's kind of recap our battles for the course of today. Today we're looking at Carl Finley and Adam Bernard. Then I think we have kind of a fan favorite here, Mitch Van Ert and Joe Pollock. Kind of forces through the way of the screen here. Stu Martel and Stephen, oh boy, Stephen N. I'm just going to say Nipple, not Nipple, Nipel. and Travis and Jason and John DeMay and Matt, Josh Credio and Mike.
The batteries were not installed in the backpack prior.
Looking at the guys that are fishing this event, there is a lot of studs for Geneva down here. This should be pretty exciting. Like I said, you know, one of the things that I'm the biggest fan about with this format is there is no better way to shorten your learning curve than to sit 5 hours a day in these pros' boat.
Yep.
And this is truly like a college of how to learn to fish these different lakes.
Remember, you can watch head to head in 3 different ways. You can watch it on Facebook, where a lot of people are joining in this morning. You can watch it on YouTube, where people like that. Oh, hooked up, Adam.
Look at Adam.
Don't think that fish is going to make the 2-pound minimum.
No. But the first official fish of the
There
tourney.
it is.
Already we're ahead of Bago.
Yeah, no Meg Lee this week. He's a big favorite in the head-to-head world. Oh! He's on a lot of fish. Tournament director Kyle Carpenter said that this lake's kind of setting up for some awesome pre-spawn right now for both the largies and the smallies. I haven't got a good look at what Adam's throwing. I'm guessing kind of maybe a Ned rig.
Yeah, he's definitely finessing.
We hit this southeast battle, I think, perfectly, because Geneva and Delevan, a lot of those lakes in that southern part, get a lot of boat pressure. Oh, Steven.
Look at that. Oh, you're hearing some drag on that one too. He looks way too calm.
Don't do that. It's a freaking whale.
This is a big one, he
Okay.
sings.
I heard the term whale.
Yep. Donkey.
Donkey.
Get it into
Oh,
that.
man. Oh, come on, buddy.
Dude, have you ever landed a fish before? Christ.
Oh, big.
Oh, my
smallie.
God. Look at that thing.
What?
Come on. It's hard to tell, but I'm going to say that thing's got to be close to 5.
Yeah, that's a big smallie.
I mean, that thing is just unbelievable.
Getting at the fish for me.
Yep, not sure what's going on here. All that excitement.
Obviously, that fish
Oh,
is
there we
causing
go. There
havoc.
it's back.
Look at that.
Got that scale out?
Yeah, I do.
I would be doing the same thing.
Yeah, sorry, Zach.
I'd be hugging that thing tight.
My scale ready. I wasn't ready for him to catch one that fast. Got my
Oh,
own.
what a fish.
There you go.
That was the worst freaking landing job of my life.
Just remember, everybody out there in Chatland, it's Monday morning, and we got to wake up and get ready to roll here. There we go.
Just doing some scale training before we started.
It's back. Man.
Excitement of the morning starting out here on the Southeast Smackdown. This is head-to-head fishing, the original head-to-head. Let's get some guesses fired up here.
Got me shaking.
Yeah, I'm freaking shaking. All right, zeros.
Getting that high contrast Rapala scale ready to roll.
Four two.
Oh,
4-2.
Cheyenne with a good guess right off the bat.
4-3. 4-2. 4-2.
4-2. There you go.
What a fish.
We're on the board.
Man, what a great way for Steve to start. You know, Steve, he's one of 3 former presidents of the University of Whitewater fishing team fishing in this tournament.
That's you and Andrew on YouTube must be on the same wavelength.
Are we? Did
He says fin fact. He said fun fact, but it's actually a fin fact.
Fin fact.
Van Earp and Steven were both the UW Whitewater Bass team presidents. Very good.
Yeah.
Sharing notes.
Yeah, also Tyler Zimmerman.
Oh?
He was also a former president. He said he's great friends with both guys. That's got to be fun competing out there against them.
Corey Clark says, good morning all, ready to watch some ditch pickle fishing. Great start, Steve. I love when the walleye and the bass guys have a little fun with each other. Now, it looks like to me, so we got a couple different techniques going on, but is Joe, I haven't got a good look, is he throwing a jerkbait?
Well,
I
tell you, I haven't looked at him
sight
yet.
Fishing? Oh, he sees a big one.
Okay, so if he's looking like that, they might be up cruising the flats. Yeah, Joe looks like he's definitely trying to find spots to throw to. It looks like he's checking out his electronics, maybe trying to find fish that way. And Mitch, he looks like he's just slow rolling. Just covering some water.
Remember, throughout the day, you're going to see our awesome head-to-head sponsors flashing across the screen. Just to the right of the Southeast Smackdown, you're going to see Motor Sock. Top of the Way Live scoreboard, you're looking at Mag's Custom Rods. Sportomotive. John Balla says, good morning, Matt. Exciting morning already. I agree. We got a couple of fish put in the boat already. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, Corey says it's nice to have some new scenery. Looks like a beautiful lake. Yeah, absolutely it is.
This is here's another fin fact for some of the people that watch head-to-head quite regularly. This body of water, Geneva, Delevan, and Whitewater, were all on the original head-to-head schedule that we had to revamp for the season.
Wow.
I had selected these lakes way back in October through December when I was picking out lakes for the 2020 season, and this is one that a lot of people told us we had to get there, but you got to do it early in the season before the boat traffic picks up, because these lakes get a lot of boat traffic for the pleasure cruisers. So a lot of tournaments, Kyle Carpenter was saying, when they fish these bodies of water, they start at like 3 or 4 in the morning, so they're off the water by the time the wake starts. Right.
Yeah, it's challenging when you have to work with the recreational boaters as well as the guys that are tournament anglers, because when you have a body of water that fishes this good and is just such a beautiful lake to be on, you're going to get both.
Yep. TJ says, great, now I'll officially get nothing done at work today. What else are you going to do? It's rainy and windy depending on where you live.
I tell you what, March Madness has nothing on this, because the loss of production in the fishing community from this is got to be right up there with March Madness.
Yeah, I agree. No sheephead today. Be kind of interesting to see what our off species are down here. Geneva has quite a few other species in it. We're looking at, we saw a largemouth caught, we saw a smallmouth caught, northern pike. There are supposedly through the DNR, there's trout in here, and then there's also walleye. A lot of people were mentioning it when we were scouting lakes, that this Geneva and Delevan are real big lakes for walleyes too. There's some big walleyes in there, but it's usually kind of a night bite out there. You brought the lake book and everything, man.
I did.
You full.
I did.
Andy came prepared like a Swiss Army knife here this morning. He brought all kinds of goodies for us to research on.
Well, like I said, I feel like I'm in class right now, so I wanna pay attention,
Taking notes,
because this is going to take 5 years off my learning curve to go down and fish Geneva right here.
Oh, as Tyler Zimmerman says, there's a ton of muskies in there as well. Oh, lake trout, says Chip. That's awesome. Looking at Carl and Adam fishing right now. Adam caught 1 bass already this morning. It just wasn't a 2-pound minimum.
Mm-hmm.
I know we can't see the full screen on Carl's side, but it's interesting to see. It looks like he's offshore a little bit, where Adam is kind of pushed up a little bit closer to shoreline.
Yeah, it's tough to say with Carl because he could be in one of those, kind of one of those bays where it's just the angle of the camera. Because when you look at this lake, there's not a whole lot of places that you're going to be too far off of shore, just because when you get out, it has that sharp break to it. You got Williams Bay, which he could be back in there.
Okay, last cast.
And just a couple others like Geneva Bay, but a lot of this lake has those sharp contours right next to the
I
shoreline.
just came over the radio. You're 4.2 to nothing. He ain't caught anything yet.
Now Stu, he looks like he's a ways offshore, doesn't he?
You know what he's throwing there. You'll get a good look at it here. I think he's throwing in Alabama.
Smallmouth master out here, so I'm all nervous about it.
He's rocking that AFCO Reaper hoodie, though. That thing is super sweet. I got a couple of those. Remember, during the course of a head-to-head event, one of our sponsors, The Real Shot, offers a code. It's H2H10 off the Real Shot website. It allows you to save 10%. You might be able to snatch yourself up some AFCO gear by using that H2H10 code.
Water temperature's down a little
Yeah,
bit.
you're right. He's throwing the old umbrella rig.
Friday. Cloudy skies, late morning.
Stu's making an adjustment.
We'll have to do it on the green ones. We're not going very far.
It looks like Steven is throwing like a 3-inch, like a high-tech swim bait style bait, throwing it out, slow rolling it across the bottom. The last couple of years, I think that's probably been one of the biggest techniques that has blown up in the bass fishing world, is slow rolling those little swim jigs like that. It is just a phenomenal way to catch fish.
We talk about it all the time. The head-to-head is kind of a mother to necessity and innovative tactics. Well, the screw lock jig head that a lot of companies provide, we have TRS custom ones. We look through at the Omega ones for the swim bait heads, and through Ned rigs. They're super popular because you reference the Kitex, such a popular plastic,
Right.
but so soft.
Very soft.
I mean, in order to fish them, you better have a whole tackle box just to set aside for,
Right.
backup packs, because usually
Right.
you go through one per fish, kind of. If you're on a big pile of fish, where, if you know Travis Manson, Smallmouth Crush, he did a video using the TRS custom screw lock jigs.
Yep.
And he was catching 50, 60 fish on one bait.
Wow.
So it really
Wow.
preserved just having that screw lock.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fine line you always have to balance, because it's to have those soft plastic. Ooh, there we go.
Big hook set.
This is a good fish.
Oh, Adam says it's a good fish.
I don't think it's gonna make it though. Not quite.
Okay. Adam, Mike Iconelli does.
Come on, where'd all the big ones go? There's a few fish here, but
But what we're talking about, those plastics, is it's such a fine line, because you want those plastics to be nice and soft and have that action. But on the other side of it, you like to have it where you don't need a whole boatload of them
Right.
when you go out fishing, because so many of the places we go, you're not just going to be catching bass. You're going to be catching pike. You're going to be catching walleyes. You're going to be catching, so many things.
Yeah, Brian says super glue. A lot of people use glue for those to help hold them onto
Yep.
the baits. I'm actually going to work on here. I'm getting those. We carry a huge assortment of screw locks. Let me see if I can share the TRS custom ones first, the TRS screw locks, and then I'll share the Omega. Here we go. So this is what we're referring to here when we talk about the the screw lock jigs. Just drop the link right now.
Seems like a very peaceful morning out there compared to up here in Appleton.
Right. Oh man, so Kyle Carpenter, tournament director, they've rented a house. They're also for the camera guys and himself, and he just sent me a picture here. He's watching it on a big old screen. Oh, here we go.
Oh, snag.
Holy man.
Getting itchy.
You wonder if it's one of those, he's working the bait, he got hit, swung, and then set it right into the rocks. Jason is working a jerk style bait.
Boy, the thing I like about I like the walleye fishing. I think that's fun and entertaining. It's it gets a lot of people interested in it, but you know when a bass guy sets the hook. You hear it.
Yes.
You hear it. Like
yes.
Here I was dropping a link to the Bags Custom Rods. And in the comments, my eye was diverted from the screen, and all of a sudden I hear a whoof.
Yeah.
You can just definitely tell.
There's some guys that when they set it, you actually drop to your knees because it sounds like a gunshot going off. That's Stu. He's working that umbrella rig.
Yeah. Yeah.
That umbrella rig, I tell you, this time of year, it can be one of the most phenomenal ways to catch fish and cover water at the same time.
Yeah.
If these fish are up cruising to flats, and especially if they're looking to eat, man, what a way to catch them. And it's addicting. When you start doing it, you do not want to stop.
It was killing me. I wasn't able to start fishing until 8 o'clock, and I'm sitting out there watching you counting the fish. I don't think I can take advice or anything. I'm in a tournament. I don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't want to hurt my chances. I appreciate it though.
Well, that's a good conversation piece. Can they get on water advice from the locals?
Nope.
So he did a good job there.
Yep.
It was tough to not see him jumping 3 feet out of the water.
So Steven's having a conversation with somebody on the water. Yeah, no, that's a good question, and no, they cannot get any tips or tactics from locals. It's kind of like some other tournaments. I mean, we don't go through as far as a lie detector test, but I mean everything's so live streamed. We have cameras in all the boats that you'll see throughout the course of the next 5 days. That
right.
No, we don't want to have to go back to Kyle and the tournament director and be like, hey, he's getting a couple of tips, so. But now the anglers that are not fishing today, the other 8, they can watch this today and find out where maybe a good spot can potentially be to go and everything like that. But
kind of get clued on to the pattern that's happening.
But I mean, why would you? We talked about it before. We see it a lot with with the bagel last week. Why would you want to fish somebody else's hook sets? It's a pretty big body of water. It's 5,000. It's just over 5,400 acres. So there's a lot of water to be found out there.
Right.
Jeremiah Shaver says, "Is that Andy Cleveland I hear?"
It is Jeremiah. How are you doing this morning? I had the privilege to fish a tournament with Jeremiah down in La Crosse, and he pretty much had to carry me on his back. I can't even remember how many fish he caught, and I was just basically there to net them. Yeah.
Back to Mitch and Joe.
So when these guys go out pre-fishing, then are there any restrictions as far as the pre-fishing, or are they able just to go out pre-fish?
They can pre-fish, and they just can't fish, obviously day of tournaments.
Gotcha.
So the other 8 that are not fishing can't be out fishing today. Chip says Andy's a stud, the voice of an angel.
Thank you, Chip.
A lot of people on here get bit himself. Daniel Elsner's watching.
Hey, Dan, how you doing?
You got a big
Lonnie.
fan club out there, my man.
Yeah, well, a number of years ago, I was pretty involved just on the Bass Club scene, also with the Bass Nation, president of Green Bay Club, president for Wisconsin Bass Nation. So I've been out of action for probably the past 6-7 years, and I'm starting to get back into about tournament director Kyle Carpenter's boat, and starting to slowly get back into it. So it's great seeing these guys, talking to them again, getting back into it.
So Nick said, is everybody fishing Geneva? Yeah, so everybody's starting out on Geneva. So the next 2 days are going to be, you'll see Geneva. Then we go to Delevan for 2 days. And then it's exciting the way it's this. And then we have Friday, a championship Friday is a question mark at this point.
Yeah.
Kyle Carpenter is going to make that decision, on Thursday to let the champions know. So, but it's going to be on one of these 3 bodies of water. So to either be back on Geneva, Delevan, or Whitewater, but Kyle's just going to kind of pick that lake at, depending on how good the bite is, the conditions, and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be a fun one. Jeremiah, Andy, did you cut your hair?
I did. Kyle kind of came to me and told me that my hair was too distracting for him. And out of respect for Kyle, I did shorten the length.
I remember seeing you in here a bunch of times shopping, and you had the long hair. For
yeah,
a while.
well, I was pretty flamboyant back in those days, so.
That's awesome.
I almost want to show the people the boat here.
Yeah, kind of a fun fact. When I cut my hair, my mother was so happy she cried. Yes, true story.
That's awesome. Captain Keller says, welcome to the set, Andy.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Lonnie says, I taught a young Andy one day on Sturgeon Bay.
He did. It was a club tournament, and I got into bass fishing kind of late. I started fishing in 2008, and what happened was I found a bass club up in Green Bay, and these guys, it is the best way to shorten your learning curve is things like what we're watching now, or getting into a bass club. And we went to Sturgeon Bay, and I did not know what way to go, and Lonnie kind of calmed me down and had the winning strategy. He went in, he won the tournament out of the back of my boat, and it was one of the greatest days of fishing that I had. So I always have a special place in my heart for Lonnie. Very similar to what these guys are doing. It was up on flats. It was the pre-spawn bass. They're coming up this time of year. It can just be so much fun. I'd love to find out what water temperatures are at down there.
Okay. Yep. I'll work on asking. Here we look like we got somebody hooked up. Jason.
Oh, I tell you, that's hard to tell, but it looks like it might go. I think that one might go.
You got that scale?
Yep, it's right here.
No, he's throwing jerk style bait.
Yep, there goes.
Nice lively green one.
1.14.
Oh, 114.
So what I zeroed out? Power?
Yep, power. It's zeroed
Tell
out
you,
now.
it's interesting to see the largemouth showing up too.
Yep. I was gonna say I'd definitely weigh that fish again. It's gonna be close. It's gonna. I think it's gonna go over 2.
Short.
Just short.
But it had me fooled on that one. That was a nice. That's a nice start to the day for him, for Jason. I mean, that's good fish.
Do you have, do they give you updates on someone's?
So yeah, kind of back to where we heard the angler was talking with the locals. Yeah, they cannot solicit advice. Like, so, I mean, he wasn't in any ways trying to get that kind of advice from that angler. Just in case anybody's wondering, nobody really was wondering out there. But you know, he's just having a conversation at the time. But no, they cannot solicit. Now they can talk amongst themselves as anglers if they want to.
Right.
But yeah, they cannot talk to the locals. Clark Van Stratton, do you guys stock the new Rapala V-Wrap? Yeah, but did we sell through them quickly. Let me see what we have left for the colors. I'm going to share the link here to our new arrivals page. You're also going to get a look at some of the Omega buzz baits that are on there. We are thankfully, we're sponsored by Omega Custom Tackle for this week. Brad Fuller, I saw, was on here. Good morning, Brad. So here is a link to that, what we have for the V-Wraps right now, the V-Blade. I dropped a comment, or in the comments, the link to Meg's Custom Rods, one of our awesome sponsors. Motor Sock, you can find them on Facebook. We kind of went on the floor earlier today, Andy, and we picked through some goodies in here. We got some things to kind of talk about depending on what the flight's been looking like. Oh, here we go.
Oh, look at that.
Jesus. Steven, tighten that drag.
Oh, there's a freaking giant with it.
Sounds like he's on a smallmouth bite,
He's walking the boat.
Get around that talon. I don't even know if he's 2 pounds.
Lift.
Got the net. Oh. It's a 2-minute penalty. Touch the rail. I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll take a break.
You gonna take a little break?
Looks like Steve's throwing a small little swim bait.
It's fat.
Another green one.
Oh, so I would have thought when he first said he saw another one.
Got
this
zeros?
would've been a
Zeros?
smallmouth.
Yeah.
Yep, you got zeros.
Man, I tell you, that looks like it's going to go to.
Oh, 2 pounds on the dot.
Look at the belly.
Make sure your hand's up. Yeah, you're not touching.
There you go.
Better zoom in.
There it is.
2 pounds. Oh, no, cut away. 2 pounds.
2 pounds.
That's 2. 2.
What's the one?
It's 115. Let me
Letting too
reweigh
much
it.
water run off.
yeah.
that
Was it
fish.
2 pounds when I held it down there?
Yep.
Zeros?
Yep, we got zeros.
Oh, we
Just
do
make
have
sure your hand's up clear of that ring there. It's the only thing we got to make sure
Gotcha.
of.
I got. Oh, come on. Don't do it to me.
Get it wet.
I got 2 right now.
2 pounds. Call it.
Why is it bouncing back? What? It should be like 1.95. Why is it bouncing?
Well, it
between-
only does 115 and 2. All right, I'm gonna wait one more damn time.
Get it wet.
Oh, this is annoying.
I think my buddy said give him the benefit of the doubt. Let me ask. Let me see what they say.
All right. It was 2 pounds when I held it down there, but
Yeah.
£2 pounds.
2.
115. 2 pounds.
2.
2 pounds. 2 pounds. So enter my fish, and then I do my penalty.
Yep. Hey, Zach.
So Matt, let me ask you. You've been sitting here the whole time. You've been kind of getting used to it. When I watch this and I see these fish caught, they always look bigger than they weigh.
Yeah, they do. Yep. It takes, for those who are watching any of the Fox River stuff, you know, when Russell and I were sitting in here, you know, even when Troy was in here with the bass side, they always, well, you say the camera adds 10 pounds, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of times these fish are coming in and it's a camera angle and everything like that. It can be very, very misleading.
I would say we should get a sticker made. The camera adds 10 ounces. Because it like when that fish came in, to me that looked like it was easy 2.5, 2 3/4 the belly on that thing.
I love it. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yep. I love it. H2H, the camera adds 10 ounces. I love it. That's a great
absolutely.
idea.
So I'd like to hear from our viewers. What do they like? Do they like the smallmouth? Do they like the largemouth? What do the viewers love going after better?
Oh, Kyle's flirting with you on the chat here.
He always makes me feel good.
We go to Travis and Jason.
Okay, we're gonna make a move.
That looks like a Ned rig there. Travis, it looks like you had a Ned rig on. There you're getting some answers. Justin Anderson's going to contradict everybody and say, I'm a walleye guy, so is Derek, but you get a lot of smallies. Corey Clark, that's a Rapala high contrast scale. Oh, big hook set from Adam.
Come on, Adam.
Be a good one.
They are not yet in
I
stock.
think this one's gonna
I will go live and tell everybody when they're officially in stock, meaning that we have fulfilled our back orders, but
Okay. So to me, that fish looks like 3 pounds. So we take 10 ounces off, and that should be right around like the 2 1/4 mark.
all right,
Let's try this.
let's see how close you are here. I love your math.
0.
What's up, Brian? How's everybody in the chat? Good morning.
Yeah, 1.9.
Oh,
Oh, is your math close?
wow, not even. No. No. You know, another one would be H2H goggles. They're bigger than, they look bigger than they are.
Yeah, they can move around a little like that.
Yeah, book him, Dano. I can't wait for some top water stuff to start. Frogging? Oh, man. I love that little spot that Steven's sitting around right now.
Yeah.
Stu looks like he's throwing a jerk bait.
You know, the area that Steven's in, you can look at that, and it looks like there might be some current that comes through there, and so that would be a great place for these fish. You know, if it's a transition from the main lake going into a backwater area, it's absolutely perfect for fish to be migrating that way to go to spawn. You're getting those fish coming off the lake, they're going through here. This is a funnel point, it chokes down. And during this time of the year, you could be sitting there all day and constantly be getting new fish coming to you. So this will be interesting to see how he does in there.
So we're joined by a lot of awesome people this morning, but Tyson says the water is a few degrees warmer in there and the bait fish should be stacked up in that channel. Both largies and smallies will group and feed on in low light periods. If it's cloudy all day, that bite will last. So he's talking where Steven was just at, kind of what you were talking about. Tyson works at The Real Shot. You see him on some of our live videos that he does here. Very, very knowledgeable. He's actually from this part of the world, so
Wow.
he fishes these bodies of water. He knows them very, very well. Justin Anderson wants to know, what the heck is a motor sock? Well, it's you put it on your trolling motor. It helps keep all your cables together. I'm going to find that link they have on their Facebook page. Helps keep all the cables organized, helps keep from pinching or getting caught on things. It's definitely a product you want to check out. They have a bunch of different colors available, and I think they only sell for like $35, which is pretty dang reasonable for something that could save you from a bunch of headaches. So head over to Motor Sock on Facebook right here. I'm actually going to bring them right up. The cool thing about Motor Sock is they're always open for business. So here's basically what they want us to tell you is it's a great way to manage and protect your accessory cables on your trolling motor. No need to disconnect any wires. Simply wrap the motor sock around the cables and Velcro it tight. So if you're interested, you can hit them up. You can message them on Facebook. Let's see if I can drop it right here in the comments. Here's Motor Sock right now. So Facebook, you're going to see it first. Oh, go ahead to their page and YouTube. Don't forget about you. Here comes Motor Sock link right now. Cheyenne, no Russ. He is not around this week. He's probably out doing some stuff and he's fishing. Actually, Russell likes to let us have a awesome guest commentator like Andy this week during this stuff. He takes a little break, does some fishing of his own, manages that amazing TRS Sheboygan location. Make sure it's all stocked up for you when you're getting down there to maybe doing a little trout or salmon or some walleye fishing over in that Sheboygan location.
So Matt, is it too early to stir the pot between the bass and the walleye guys?
It's never too early.
Never too early. Okay. So I was thinking about this. Would it be possible, you think, to throw this out to tournament director Kyle to have a head-to-head event where you have 8 bass guys and 8 walleye guys, and bass and walleye are legal fish to catch? What do you think?
Yeah, actually, no, that's an interesting point because Brian had that idea. He had that idea way back in, February.
Oh.
And I think it's an awesome idea. I think the bass and walleye world would love to see that competition. So
It would be like a cage match.
yeah, a lot of people said they're in for a multiple species division like that. We could do that with a lot of different things. You know,
Yeah.
we could kind of do a smorgasbord where let's say you're panfish. You got to catch a certain bluegill, certain crappie.
Yeah, this format that you guys have come up with is just so awesome because it gives you so many options and it's so versatile and it's so much fun to watch. You can go anywhere. One of the problems that you always have when going to fish tournaments are the size of the parking lots, the accommodations, the recreational boat traffic, and during different times of the year, 3 fish bags versus 5 fish bags, and an event like this is so versatile. It leaves it's almost no footprint on the lake because you catch the fish, you weigh them, you put them right back.
Yep.
It's just such an amazing platform for these anglers.
Yeah, and it's I was talking to the head director for the DNR in Wisconsin and Minnesota, and they both loved our platform. Now, to say in the bass ride, we're not the only, tournament that's doing this style of fishing, but they love this format because, like you just said, it's conservation minded. Even enforcing the penalties in which we do. We kind of recap those penalties at some point, but it's showing the anglers that we treat the fish how they need to be treated. We definitely care about them, and we want to see their survival because that's what allows head-to-head. That's what allows everybody to go out there and catch those fish.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I love about it is from when this started late last year, right, was the first kind of kickoff
Fall
of it.
2019.
You look at how this has evolved It is just, it gets every event, it gets better.
Yep.
And better. And I cannot say enough good about what's going on with head-to-head. Just
Unfortunately,
fantastic.
the fishing doesn't always get better and better.
Well, you know, that is you talk about a school to learn, and I think one of the most misunderstood concepts is what it realistically takes to consistently put fish in the boat.
Right.
And when you get the quality of anglers at head-to-head draws, and you can go to a place like Winnebago, which is one of the best fisheries that there is, and you can see both bass guys and walleye guys struggle, absolutely struggle. It puts it in perspective for that weekend guy to go out there and go, you know what, maybe my expectations are a little off.
Yep. Yes, this is live. This is as live as it'll definitely get. So yeah, depending on the location they're fishing, they could be like Andy was mentioning earlier. They could be back in a bay. They could be, off a main point, someplace like that to get themselves out of the wind. But you got to remember, from where we're located here in the central part of the state, these guys are about 2.5 hours south. They're real close to that Illinois border, so conditions are definitely a little bit different. I always love the background pictures. I mean, you're looking on Carl's vision there. It's looked a little cloudy, and then you flash over to Adam, and it looks like that sun's trying to peek out where he is.
Right. Look at what Carl's doing. I haven't seen that in a while. He's throwing a Carolina rig there. Carolina rig it's a great way to cover water, great way to stay in contact with the bottom. I really don't see a lot of guys using that. But that is a very effective way. I know probably 7-8 years ago it was, I think, a lot more popular.
Yep.
And that could just be me. But, yeah, very, very effective way.
So break that down for us, Andy. I mean, we got a lot of seasoned anglers that are watching. We got a lot of new ones, and that's what people appreciate is the informative, the knowledge that not only the anglers, but, Russell, yourself, Troy, Jim kind of break down. So can you break down what a Carolina rig is actually like, and
absolutely
kind of give us some of the components for that?
So on a Carolina rig, you're going to have your main line, and you're going to attach a swivel and then a leader. And typically around a swivel, you're going to put some beads, and then also the beads are for two purposes. It protects the knot on the swivel. So if you picture your main line, you first put either a lead or tungsten weight on there, and then under the tungsten weight you're going to put a bead or two beads. And the beads serve two purposes. They protect the knot going to the swivel, and then they also create noise with the lead or the tungsten weight. Kind of attract. And then from that barrel swivel you're going to attach a length of leader to that, and the length of leader is going to be dependent on whatever style you're fishing or the mood of the fish. But you're going to put that leader on there with typically like a creature style bait, whether it's like a beaver tail or a creature. I'm trying to think, like a gecko. What is a gecko?
Yeah, like a lizard.
A lizard.
Yeah,
a lizard. There we go. A lizard. So you're going to typically put those on. It's going to be generally Texas rigged, but you throw it out and you work it across the bottom. And obviously there's many different ways that you can work that bait. And speaking of those tungsten weights, let's dig into this box, and I want to talk a little bit about
those Omega stamped ones.
Those Omega, yes.
Got so many goodies in here. Here they are right
so,
there.
These were awesome when I was looking at them this morning, that they have the weights laser engraved right on them. Because these tungsten, with lead, it's a little easier to tell the difference in weight because lead is obviously a little bit bigger than the tungsten. But when you get the tungsten and you have these engraved weights on there, it makes it so easy to know exactly what you're throwing.
So yeah, here I'm dropping the links to those right now. But I like the idea too with the beads, like you said, for not only protection, but that extra noise can definitely help. Now, they're fishing Geneva today, which is a clearer body of water, so maybe you don't need that extra noise. But in a dirtier situation, like when we get ourselves on Delevan or possibly Whitewater, if the water's a little dirty due to high rain or so on and so forth, that extra little bit of clicking noise is going to make a difference.
Right, absolutely. Oh, we got Adam.
Snagged up.
Snagged up.
Doggone it.
They should be sitting off them rocks down there, but not so much today.
So these are a look at the Omega weights that Andy was talking about, the tungsten weights, and some of the website says they're pre-ordered. We do have those in stock, so if you go ahead and click on that link that I just shared, those are in stock. Kind of quiet on the body of water this morning. The anglers are focused. Usually day one, you know, that first hour, we're just cracking into that first hour of the morning. Then once they get a couple of fish under their belt, a lot of guys get used to having a camera in the belt. Then they start getting a little more talkative, and it always helps to put a 4-pounder in a boat right away.
It does. It does. I still can't believe how calm he was. I think I would have been screaming.
Especially when he was struggling getting that fish in the net.
I'm surprised he didn't have to add any money to the swear jar. Oh, we got both of these guys. They're working jerk baits through the water.
Daniel Elsner says, what about a tube, Andy? I mean, a tube's a great bait for these kind of circumstances. Plus, it catches everything. It catches smallies, largemouth. It catches walleyes. It catches a lot of sheephead. We saw that, you know, in some of those other events.
I tell you, when I first started getting into fishing, my mentor, Chris Johnson, told me, if you are going to fish in Wisconsin, you need to learn how to throw a tube. And a tube is such a versatile bait. It mimics anything. You can do so many different presentations with it. It is a bass catching lure.
You know, and that's funny you say we had there's something floating there in the water. We had Daniel Elsner on one of our podcasts here at TRS, on TRS Live, and he was very informative. So much knowledge that guys have. He's a creator of the Get Bit tubes, which I'm actually sharing into the links right now. But it's, to me, I think it's amazing that there's so many different techniques how to fish it.
Yeah.
You know, you would think you just slide that jig head up inside there and you pop it across the bottom, but we actually saw in one of the bass events somebody's flipping a tube.
Oh yeah. And the thing is, there's endless ways to rig it. And I want to give a huge shout out to Dan, because Get Bit Baits is exactly what I use. And I actually just last week placed an order with them. So Dandy, I'm waiting for my tubes, but you can do so many things. You can drop shot a tube. You know, a lot of guys don't know. You can put a tube on a drop shot. You can flip tubes. You can weight them. You know, use them weightless. You can Texas rig them. You can rig them backwards. I mean, it's endless what you can do with a tube. They are just a phenomenal bass fishing. Really, any fish.
Right.
They mimic everything.
Well, I like fishing those smaller, super smaller tubes for crappies and bluegills. They work.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So again, as we share links to the Reel Shot, one of the sponsors of Head-to-Head Fishing, the original Head-to-Head, in the links, don't forget, if you're going to purchase something from the Reel Shot, use that H2H 10 code. It's going to save you 10% off your order, and it's going to, you know, help you get some of those things that maybe you couldn't quite afford. Now, a lot of people are heading back to work now, thankfully. I'm so happy for all that COVID stuff to kind of be lifted. You know, always like to give a shout out here at Head-to-Head Fishing to the, you know, everybody on the front line, the doctors, the nurses, you know, everybody helping take care of people. It's, oh, here we go, Jason, jerkbait fish.
Okay, what do we got? Oh, looks like he's got a perch style jerkbait. Okay, Matt, it's your turn to call the weight. What do you think?
Oh boy!
And it looks like a largemouth too.
Now we saw him pull a hook out of the bottom of the chin. I thought I saw.
He wasn't
one
hooked in the mouth.
Actually, it wasn't. So that fish had swiped. He caught it under the jaw, and Jason made a good call there. That fish was not H2H in the mouth. So unfortunately, he had to let it swim for another day.
Yep. Yep.
Can you cut it off for a sec?
Good job by Jason. You know, this morning when I got here, I got to walk through the Reel Shot and just to kind of look at things and you know, just pick a few things off the shelves for talking points. But you guys got everything.
Everything. We try to carry as much as we can. The shelves are a little bare in areas, but now that companies are opening up, we're definitely restocking a lot faster. But
yeah, it is truly a one-stop shop to come here and to even now shop online.
Yes,
just phenomenal. The selection, and it's like you guys are on the pulse of what's going on because you have everything that's going on.
Well, and the thing about it is, just like head-to-head, the real shot is, we're very interactive with our customers, right?
Right.
A lot of times the customers come in, make a suggestion of something, and depending on what, the order quantities it may be, we can usually special order anything, but if they feel highly about it, it's something that we want to carry, we'll entertain the thought, and we'll, if it's something that we like and would potentially sell and be used to be catching a lot of fish, we might get it in store, so
right.
Like, let's just talk about Omega, one of our sponsors for one of this. We have a local customer who came in and showed us the Omega line. Very impressive, the stuff that they are putting out there. We had some great conversations with Brad and Michelle over there at Omega, and then now you look at it, we carry pretty much their full arsenal, and it's to the point where we can't keep their product in stock.
Yeah.
They're not really well known up here in the north.
No.
They're out of Missouri, so they're mostly that part of the world, and we're helping build that brand up in Wisconsin, and a lot of people now know Omega Custom Tackle and absolutely love that product.
I tell you, it's great looking stuff. Great looking stuff.
Yeah, we had pulled some here, like we had talked about.
Pull that buzzbait. I know.
Look at that thing. So Brad's watching. So if you want to nitpick this thing, Brad will give us some pointers here. But
Brad, give us some pointers. But I am looking at this Omega, and I know that it's not really pertinent to what they're doing on the water, but this thing is just too cool how the buzzbait is. It's got two formed blades that are intertwined, but they're separate. So you're not only going to get the noise and the clicking and the clacking of that, as well as just a regular commotion from a buzzbait. But man, this thing, I cannot wait to grab a couple of these things and to try them out.
Yeah, you're talking about the Alpha Shad. For what people are interested, here's the Alpha Shad. Again, just kind of check it out. It's interesting stuff. It's sharp hooks, inventive, tungsten.
Yeah.
So it helps stay in its shape a lot. And
yeah, this thing just looks
here's
awesome.
The link coming right now for those who are interested in the Omega Alpha Shad. And again, anybody who's interested, you can find all this stuff at therealshot.com. Here it comes. There you go. It's in the chat. Now we'll share it again.
Back with Steve and Stu.
Kelly Jackson he says, plus you guys are carrying a lot more mega bass. Holy man, we have the whole mega bass wall.
Yes.
And we have a lot of that line up there from the Japanese style baits. Yeah, Brandon, Russell will not be in at all this week. He likes to work, at the store and everything during the bass events. Lets us bring in some special guests.
Yeah, they have not said,
Alright.
Thank you, they got the audio back on. No updates
It's
yet.
gonna be a toughie one for us today, man.
I know where they're at. I just got to get them the bite.
Yeah, it looks like Travis, he's got a wacky rig Cinco that he was just throwing around there.
Just need to get them the bite.
Very finesse presentation, that is. That looked like it was weightless.
No, we're only an hour in.
I will fish this stretch and I'll make another run. So
This time of year, fishing, when you get these conditions, sometimes the mornings they can be slow, and then all of a sudden as the day goes on, that switch just gets flipped and you have those legendary days that it is just right there. Jason just hooked up. Hopefully this one is in the mouth.
This one is hooked in the mouth, but I don't know if he'll weigh 2 pounds.
Okay, Matt, you're back up. What do you think for weight?
Oh boy, boy, that looks close. Smaller, a little harder to tell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go 1.8.
1.8.
What's your thoughts, Andy?
I'm gonna say it looks 2.5. Take the 10 ounces off of that. I think 112.
Okay.
Right in that ballpark.
Not working.
Well, then you're gonna have to take the fish off and then hit the power button.
A lot of these anglers are getting used to the scale.
He'll do that.
Yeah. That shot of a grub that he's also throwing, must be switching off back and forth. You know what's interesting? The last fish that he caught out of the mouth was a largemouth.
Yep.
So he's in an area that has both large and smallmouth.
That one, it looks like it was 2 pounds.
2.5, 2.4.
Yeah, 2.4 pounds.
Wow.
I tell you, we're both shocked.
That's awesome. Good for him.
That's fantastic, Jason.
Yeah, a lot of the chat thought the same thing. Renee was close though. Their guys 2 pounds 1 ounce.
Yeah, never really.
Chris Terry says he's working some schooling fish with that jerk bait. That would make sense. Why
So you're gonna
greenies
keep
in.
that one, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't forget he's got to enter that fish in before he makes that next cast. Otherwise, that fish is far gone and he doesn't get to use it. It's just getting used to it all. Getting used to the head-to-head format. You know, a lot of these guys are used to fishing where they don't have to worry about it, you know, or weighing the fish, and there's a partner in there to help remind them.
Yeah. Well, it's the excitement of it too. I mean, you're getting into it. You get those fish on. The adrenaline gets flowing, and your thought is to get this fish weighed back in the water and grab that rod to start fishing again. And that extra step in there, I could very easily see how you could forget that step.
Well, especially if he is on a school pattern, you know, you want to create that feeding frenzy. You want those fish to keep eating. Once you get used to using the weigh live, it doesn't take much time out of the day at all. No different than you know, potentially calling a fish.
Right.
Which in some events is allowed. So, and then it all gets populated on the bottom of the screen where you can see Sportomotive, one of our awesome sponsors, is on top of there. You know, throughout the day, you're going to see the weights get updated on there.
Yep. You know, I sitting at home when I was watching this, it was amazing. All of the behind-the-scenes stuff that has to go into keeping this live. When you think of all the different moving parts, from the cameras to the weigh apps to the communicating with the cameras to the tournament director to us being here in Appleton. They're down in Geneva.
Oh, big hook set.
Oh.
He ain't gonna make it.
That fish choked that bait, though.
Wow.
Ooh, if you look carefully, those are the fish monkey.
They're not gonna make it.
Yes. Oh, I think I would weigh everything. Carl dealing with a professional overrun at the moment. Yeah, look at that place that Steven is in. That is just to me, that just looks like a bassy spot right now.
All right, it's time to wake people up. It's after 9 o'clock here. We're going to do a giveaway.
Boom!
Tiptoe pucka.
Look at that.
Of course. Why wouldn't it be? First one I caught all year.
Was that
It's not quite
a rock bass?
Now here we go. There, we're getting a different look here. He's throwing a jig. Easy pulling that jig through the weeds.
Oh, I don't know if he's going to be pulling it through the weeds or if he's just pulling it across, flats.
Gotcha.
Because when these fish are coming up from the main lake, they're gonna come up. They can come across these flats and they'll be cruising around. And you look at the different presentations: slow rolling a grub across the bottom, or slow rolling one of these 3-inch swim baits across the bottom is a little bit different presentation than dragging a jig across the bottom. But it all depends on where these fish are keyed. Sometimes they want something that's stuck to the bottom and just crawling along. Other times they want it, a little bit quicker. And it's just finding out, getting some feedback from the fish.
Yep, use electronics. It's very important here.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about what we're going to do for a giveaway. I'm a challenger. I like competition. That's why we watch head-to-head. I want to challenge these bass men and women that are watching this event. I want to start it today. I want us to crush those walleye numbers that are out there. And what I mean by viewership.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm with you on this.
I'm not gonna lie. I like the bass stuff. Not knocking the walleye stuff. I like the bass stuff. To me, it's a little more exciting. But hey, I'm not, just like Russell says, in my opinion.
Right.
So what I want us to do here is I want us bass. You said we're kind of a bass nation. Yeah.
Bass
head-to-head bass
nation.
guys and gals. Let's crush those numbers. Let's get those numbers up there. So I'm not going to set a time frame on there. I want to see if we can beat it. I think the most we did during one of the walleye events was just north of 2,000 people on at one time.
Wow.
So in order to get us up there, let's see if we can have people share this with all your bass friends, share it with all your bass groups, tag as many people as you can.
Move some of that bait fish.
Walleye Nation, no chance, bass guys. Oh, here we go. Hey,
let's step it up.
We got some walleye people talking smack now all of a sudden. So let's get those numbers up there. Let's try to break. Zach, do you remember what our high was for viewership? It was over 2,000, wasn't it?
Wow. Okay. So a walleye event just over 3,000.
All right, so my correction. Oh, here we go. Look at Adam's hooked up.
Yeah.
All right, so we have to break 3,000.
3,000.
I want to do that today.
Whoa, look at this. Look at this. We're going to get back to the walleye thing, but look at what Adam's got.
I said sometimes you just stir stuff up.
Big
Look at
fish.
that. Look at that. Come on, Adam. Stay with it.
Oh, stay pinned, baby.
He's, using that spinning setup. You really have to be careful. You cannot horse these fish. You cannot muscle them around.
I knew they were here too.
You have to let these big fish tire out a little bit, and they guide you to where they want to go.
Oh, yeah.
Into that. Oh my
yes.
God.
Yes. Look at that. Yeah, you can see a little relief coming.
She wasn't coming on button, I guess.
Look at that. Beautiful Geneva smallmouth right there.
That's a dandy.
Yeah, I tell you, to me, okay, so looks about like 3.5, 3 3/4. Drop to 10 ounces, around 3 pounds. I'm going. Oh, we got some 4.4s, 4.10 guesses on there.
Oh. Zeros?
Yep.
Recarrot.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, it's bigger than
3.5.
3.
Oh.
3.5.
3.5.
Nice.
Look at that. Beautiful fish. That is
Nice
a
Lake
stud.
Geneva smallmouth. Beautiful fish. Colors on there.
I tell you what, if I caught that fish right there, I'd be looking like I slept with a coat hanger in my mouth. I'd be smiling from ear to ear. Whew. Man, that was an awesome fish. Nice
That's
job,
great,
Adam.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. We got some numbers so far today. This is exciting. We got a lot of fish in the boat.
Yeah.
So once Adam gets this one entered in, we'll kind of go over the scoreboard here and get everybody kind of caught up to speed. But I'm stoked, man.
Man,
There's no better way to start your Monday than to see some fish hook sets.
It is so hard when you watch these guys catch fish like that not to go hook a boat up and just go. The great thing about this being streamed, you can take us with you in the boat.
Yes.
There's another one. Take us with you in the boat.
Look at this. Oliver's stepping up his game. He's sharing it with everybody.
Everybody.
He knows. Thank you,
guys.
Hey, now, I'm not saying to walleye guys, I don't want you to go away. We need your help on this, but let's crush it. So I was saying 2,000 for viewership numbers.
Zach was on there coming through with them.
Let's go. Let's beat 3.
Let's beat 3.
And I'll make it worth it. And I'm gonna randomly pick. I'll pick. How about let's do this? If we're gonna ask for a big time numbers, we're gonna give away some big time stuff. All right. So we're gonna make it worth it. I think we're gonna do.
I tell you guys, I see the wheels spinning over here with Matt.
I'm gonna try to make it worth it. All right. So since we're playing on YouTube and on Facebook. I will pick, and Brian's going to be mad at me, but the cool thing about it is Brian's not here today to get too mad at me.
So this is the time to do it.
So this is the time to do this kind of stuff.
So I think you have 1, 2.
All right.
So my guy, though, you know who, it is my guy?
Well, you're
trying to think of a giveaway here.
No, but I'm going against one person, right?
Oh, I'll have to repeat that message.
Travis.
Sorry, I wasn't paying. I was just.
So Travis is the one I'm versing.
Another cool aspect to head-to-head, you can talk to your camera guy and find out exactly where your competitor is at. And that's what Jason was doing. He was finding out what Travis was at. Which adds a whole nother element of stress to the game.
Kyle Weston said a giveaway is Brian's boat. I love my job here at Head to Head in the real shot. I don't think that's ever going to happen.
If you announce that, Brian might show up.
Yeah. And from what I gather from Brad Fuller, he saw Brian, so I think Brian's in the southern part of the United States right now. He might just flip that boat right around. Yeah, I'm not bribing anybody. I'm just feeling competitive this morning. I want to beat some numbers.
Not
here.
bribing, it's rewarding.
Yeah, it's rewarding.
Positive reinforcement. Maybe it's a full day out with our tournament director.
Kyle Carpenter. He's not here to say.
You know.
Yeah, that's true, Kyle. I want north of 3,000 viewers today. But again, I can't make that call. Here we go. We're looking at Carl. He's putting a little scent on that bait there, which is totally allowed in head-to-head.
And that looks like a tube that he's throwing.
Oh, Kyle Carpenter says he's in for that. So we're allowed to raffle off. What do you want, Kyle? Like 1 or 2 winners? Get a private trip with Kyle Carpenter, tournament director, head to head. Message me. Let's talk about that. I'll do it. Oh, all right. So Kyle says he's in for that. So should we do? We'll do 1 winner from YouTube. Yep. Just 1 winner.
Yeah, pull in there right away.
He's talking to me through the chat here.
Well, let's see what we can do.
Day with Kyle.
Man,
that is good. Kyle, a lot of people know this. He is a stud on the tournament scene.
Sure is.
He is no slouch.
You know, we could put Brian out there too. We could say somebody on Facebook gets to fish with Kyle and somebody on YouTube gets to fish with Brian.
You know what? I like that. Because isn't that appealing to both audiences?
It sure is.
We're all about inclusion here, right?
Gotta catch him.
All right, so that's what we're gonna do. So Kyle Carpenter is listening. He's on board for it.
Yep.
So Zach, you got to help me monitor the numbers. We're gonna set this goal high then, for today only. Okay, from now until we shut her down at 1 o'clock. If you think our highest viewership is what, over 3,000 on all of our platforms, headtoheadfishing.com, YouTube, and Facebook. Should we go for 5,000? So you got to help me monitor that. So you got to keep me posted on the numbers. So we're going to say 5,000. If we can get over 5,000 people on today, before 1 o'clock Central Time, so that's what we're going to do. If we can get over 5,000 people on at one time, today only, we'll pick one random person from Facebook or YouTube to fish with Kyle Carpenter.
I love it. Now, can I enter this?
Sure, I'm entering it too. I'm going to share this platform with everybody I know. I'm going to share it with all my bass fishing friends. I'm going to share it with, I'm going to share it even with my walleye friends.
Wow.
Just need to turn on. One needs to open its mouth and then fire the school.
Joe just clearing up a professional overrun there.
Eat that.
Yeah, so it's combined. So Jordan Yang, we're going to take all our viewing platforms and we can monitor those numbers. So once we go north from Facebook, YouTube, and the headtoheadfishing.com, we'll watch all those numbers. If we can get north of 5,000, I'm going to pick one random guy or gal to go and fish with Kyle Carpenter. We'll get you all the details and everything like that if we can get there. But
you bet.
So that's a challenge. We have until 1 o'clock today. So basically, we'll say we're fishing a head-to-head event as well by lines out. If we can't beat that number, then we don't have that opportunity.
All right. I tell you what, that is one heck of a prize. Because
sure is. Well, it's nice for Kyle to join in and realize that he's going to take somebody. That's awesome.
Yeah. So now the real question is, does Kyle also bring the sandwiches?
Oh, I think if you get to fish with Kyle, you should bring the sandwich. Somebody said maybe bring the garage beers. Maybe.
I know there's green ones down there too.
When I win, can we go
just a small
walleye fishing? As viewers know, you just got to help get the name out there. No, all you got to do is share this. Share this with as many people as you can is going to be the best way. YouTube, you want to do the same thing. You want to do whatever you can to try to get us out to 5,000 or more viewers today. And we're going to pick one random winner, one lucky winner from both of those avenues, from YouTube, headtoheadfishing.com, and Facebook.
Kyle just chimed in. He said, I like sandwiches.
He likes Sammy's. Dagger Sammy's, Kyle? I'm excited for some more donkeys to be caught
I am
today.
too. I tell you, Steve is off to a great start. 2 fish, 6 pounds, 2 ounces.
Look at that big fish, though.
Yeah,
4 pound,
4.2.
2 ouncer. That's awesome.
That is a flat stud. You know, Steve, he's won the last 2 tournaments that he's fished, and he said that he's hoping to carry that momentum into this tournament here.
So throughout the day, Andy's going to be dropping some fin facts on the anglers. He's got he did his homework. He came here prepared today. I think he stayed up all weekend just studying head-to-head
I
fishing.
was. It was exciting. It was exciting.
I'm seeing a lot of people sharing right now. A lot of people are getting it. People, interested. You know what? Let's take some of our competitors. Go out there and share this with some of our competitors.
That's right.
Let's steal some viewership here. Somebody wants to go fishing with Kyle Carpenter. You got to do whatever we can to get those numbers up.
That's right.
I know the walleye numbers are good. I'm not going to knock it. I acknowledge it. It's amazing. I love it. But let's get some bass numbers up there today.
I mean, that matches those minnows perfectly. You guys can see that.
Look at that. Yeah, he's slow rolling a little swim bait right there.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I can feel that. Snap my tube right off.
There, he's got a drop shot set up. He's throwing a wacky rigged little Senko. So a drop shot is just when you have a weight on the bottom of your line, and then you're going to have anywhere from 6 to 18, 24 inches of leader length up to that hook. It's a way to throw it out there and have a presentation that's a little bit off the bottom. So those fish that are cruising those flats will swim by, and grab a hold of it. It's a really versatile presentation. You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's a great option for out there right now.
So it looks like right now our viewership on YouTube is just right around 285, which is not bad.
No.
For a live event, that's not bad. But then I'm seeing on Facebook, looks like we're over 1,000.
Yep.
Then Zach will have to let me know what we got on the website. So remember, that's three ways you can watch us on head-to-headfishing.com. You can watch it on YouTube, just head-to-head fishing, which is head to head, no space. And you can watch it on Facebook page as well.
You can see that flag right behind Adam. That flag is really not blowing too bad.
Oh, it looks like there's 800 on right now on Facebook. So we're almost gonna get there. Come on, people.
We're working.
We're working on it. Appreciate all the shares. You know, Jason, if you were to win, you got to take that battle up with Kyle Carpenter. I don't know if you're going to get him. You know what? You could go up on the bay, and you could go smallie fishing and potentially catch some balls.
There you go. There you go. But I know that Kyle kind of had an unwritten rule. There was no sand carp in the boat.
In the boat. Dylan Williams, are we going to hear from Troy Romo this week? No, Troy had to go back to work. So you're going to listen to the pleasantries of Andy Cleveland. I don't know, man. The chat's pretty good at giving out nicknames. So is Russell Gehagen. So we got to give Andy a nickname while he's in here. Now, again, keep it clean.
Yeah,
keep it clean. We don't want to shut the stream down. So let's keep it clean out there. But maybe Andy needs a sultry nickname for his voice.
And Kyle cannot vote on this one. Yeah, Travis working a jerkbait.
Clark asked this question before we missed it, but anyone know what the water temp that smallie spawn on in Green Bay, in the Sturgeon Bay area? It's about what, 56?
Actually, Sturgeon Bay is pretty unique because that's a colder water fishery, and you can get fish that spawn.
Oh,
there we go, Mitch.
Stay pinned.
Oh,
big fish. Big boil. These guys look way too composed.
Oh,
It's not that big. Take him right now.
so now Mitch
Might not even be two.
Okay.
fishing the head-to-head in the original 2019 event. We were down in the southern part of the state, and in that event, you couldn't get nets at all on the backside.
First fish is a largemouth. I don't know. Let's weigh him.
Kitech looked like.
Yep.
Looks like a 115, but I don't want to jinx myself.
I was gonna say, to me that looks like 2.5. So you take the 10 off of there, and you're looking at 1 3/4.
Uh-oh.
He's also rocking the Fish Monkey gloves.
Want the battery?
They're all juiced up. They all get fresh batteries.
Fat.
I'm actually surprised that as many largemouth have been caught already.
£2.
Wow.
On the dot.
2 on the nose.
Awesome.
On the board. I'll take him today, though. Cool. Ooh, I thought that was gonna be 115 for sure. Cool.
So
So you just holding it down, or held it down a little longer? You said?
What's that?
You just held it down a little longer?
Yeah, the
Okay.
button.
So with that fish right there, all of our matchups have a scoreable bass.
That is.
So we don't have to worry about Dinkfest because we look at Steve's
hooked up.
something nice.
Freaking walleye.
Oh!
There it
walleye,
is.
viewers. You're gonna look at a walleye.
It's like a good eater.
Good eater.
Oh, yeah, this is a nice walleye.
Ooh, so allowed to do that?
Nope.
I don't think so.
It was
2 minute
below the
penalty.
gun.
I was dumb. Idiot.
Oh, so he's in penalty. So Steven got a penalty for that one.
Man.
So let's explain the penalties here for those who don't know. I've seen a lot of people tuning in for the first time here for head-to-head fishing. The original head-to-head matchups. So right there you look at Steven. He threw that fish in above the gunnel. That's a 2-minute penalty right there.
Yep.
We're conservation minded right now. Now, we talked about it earlier with Mitch. Now with the bass side, they're allowed to land a fish in 2 different ways. Saw Mitch land that fish with a net, or you can boat flip them in, meaning get that fish close to the boat and then kind of flip it up and catch it, right?
Right.
But until you start that hook removal process on a boat flip, if that fish were to hit the deck before that process starts, that's a 2-minute penalty.
Yeah.
Now, if you net that fish, and it has to be a clean transition from the water, it can't hit the side of the boat, can't hit electronic, a windshield if you had one, a motor, anything like that. As we watch Mitch hook up again, that is also a 2-minute penalty.
So now Mitch, he's kind of
Feels small.
the
again.
favorite in this tournament, isn't he?
I would say so, yep. He's a local guy down in this area. See there, you just
Right
boat
there.
flipped that one, but
Boat
that was
flip.
a nice,
Oh,
that is a
it's a bass though.
rock bass.
Rock bass.
All right, maybe it's a smallmouth this cast.
Corey Weaver says more walleye caught in the first hour than almost the whole day of a walleye tournament. Boom! Adam is letting one know he's around.
Oh, he's gonna keep.
Oh.
That's a 2. Maybe, maybe not.
It's amazing. They
We'd
get
all like 'em to
smaller
be
when they
twos.
come to the boat.
Doesn't want to play in the net. That's going to be close.
All right, Matt, your turn. What do you think this is?
I don't think it's going to weigh. Now that we've kind of seen some of the Geneva fish today, I don't think it's going to weigh. I think it's going to be close, though. I'll go 111.
I don't think so.
I'm going to go 1.8. But that one that they weighed earlier surprised us. You know,
Right.
we thought it was going to be closer. It was actually like 2 pounds 5 ounces.
Not a chance, but we'll check them. Yeah, 1.6.
Oh, good guess.
Okay,
Little ways off.
we're getting acclimated now.
Bite! It's another bite.
Keep it rolling.
Just slowly, Mitch is just slowly swimming that swim bait. Now, with the color, I couldn't tell if it was a Kitech. I know Mitch kind of is on that that younger spectrum,
Yep.
and he likes to follow some of the YouTubers out there like Guggen Squad and all that kind of stuff.
The trends.
He may be throwing potentially a Euro tackle swim bait. You never know. My guess is it's probably a Kitech 100%, but could be something different. Flashing through the matchups today. Remember, this is a Southeast Smackdown bass fishing event here in southern Wisconsin. How's everybody doing in the chat? Don't forget here, we're trying to crush some numbers today here on Head to Head Fishing. Trying to get everybody north of 5,000 views at one point today before it lines out at 1 o'clock. And we're going to reward one lucky person with a trip to fish with Kyle Carpenter, tournament director for Head to Head. Clark Van Stratton, finished my question. I know we started tackling it, Clark. What the heck was I? Oh, water temperature. You were talking water temps.
There we go. Yeah.
Sturgeon Bay. Yep.
So, Sturgeon Bay, kind of a colder water fishery. Those bass will start low 50s, high 40s. You get some of them, and you know, I know this from talking with guys like Dan Elsner, you know, who are experts out there on the bay. Kyle, experts on the bay. Chris Johnson, experts on the bay, and you'll get that early wave where it's the high 40s, and they'll come in and they'll spawn. So anywhere from the high 40s up through the mid to high 50s. And you know, there's another topic that you can talk about as far as the spawning fish, of what really triggers them to spawn. You know, is it water temperature, or is it length of daylight? You know, there's a couple of different things that play into that, as well as you can get into moon phases. You know, typically around that full moon is when those fish get those strong urges and they're drawn in to come up and to do their spawning. So it's Sturgeon Bay it's a phenomenal. Obviously, it's a world-class fishery. For I think 2 years straight, it was voted on Bassmaster the #1 fishery in the United States.
Wow!
It oddly enough, Lake Winnebago was in the top 25
for bass.
For bass, it did not show it this year earlier, but it is certainly a bass factory. And then the other one, obviously, is out there on the Cross pools. You know, 7, 8, and 9. The Cross is just legendary for bass fishing.
Where we'll actually be going.
Might have to go after some large
to La Crosse on July 20th through the 24th to those exact pools, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. So Tyson again says he's not throwing a Kitech, but let's see if he's going to be gutsy enough to share what it actually is.
Sounds like we got some inside information.
Remember, Tyson, some of your paycheck revolves around selling those baits, so you can give a secret away.
Stu, he's a pretty accomplished angler. When I got to look into what he's done, he's been fishing Wisconsin heavily for 20 years. He's also fished the entire nation. You know, he has done a lot of tournament fishing. And one of the cool things that he's done, in 2013, he raised enough sponsorship to cover the cost for 3 Wounded Warrior veterans to accompany him on the Bassmaster Southern Open Trail.
Wow.
So, you know, just goes to show that the caliber of people that are fishing these events and that are out on the water. He said that the wounded vets fished alongside him during practice and competed as non-boaters in the tournament in each of the 3 tournaments.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, so fantastic for Stu. So big shout out for him for doing that.
So Tyson just confirmed that my guess was right, and he believes that was a Euro tackle swim bait. Like that kind of goes back to, there's a lot of companies out there that make, you know, mimicry style baits like that, you know, that off there, just a little different, maybe smell, plastic texture, all that kind of stuff. Doesn't mean they're not as good as the next one.
Right.
Just, you know, so I fished that Euro tackle swim bait. I like it.
You know, so much of fishing is that personal preference, and truly whatever gives you that confidence to go out there and keep the line in the water and to grind away is going to be what you need to do.
Yeah, so it's called the Profiler, and I could just kind of, by the looks of that color he was throwing it, I think it's either this purple shad, what my guess would be, but here comes the link to those. Just, it has just a little bit of different texture to it. It's a little more rigid.
Suspend over the deeper water, and then when they want to feed, they just push up on the. It's like a sand gravel flat right here. So they're probably just suspended over like 50 feet of water right now. That, or they're just down there and they're just super lethargic. Who knows? But they're sure not biting right now. That's all I know.
So it sounds like Mick's dropping some good knowledge.
If that wind picks up a little bit, or something changes. We're like right in the center of the low pressure, and there's a northeast wind, which is a bad wind. Just for fishing in general, but for this spot, it should be good with it blowing up on here, but they're just not here right now.
So I'd like to find out from the viewers, what's everyone's favorite way to fish for springtime bass?
Good question. How big is Lake Geneva? Well, it's 5,400 acres. Max depth is 135 feet. Water clarity is mostly clear, with the bottom consistency being 95% sand and then 5% gravel, which is why you see a little bit more smalley bites out there.
Absolutely.
They're moving water, though, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, that water clarity, Geneva, it sounds like 15, 20 foot of visibility at times where you can see, very similar again to Big Green. Every time I talk about Geneva and ask people what it's like, they always say it's fish is very similar to Big Green.
Well, and that's why you see, and I think John Balla mentioned it earlier, that's why you're going to see a lot of spinning bait, a lot of finesse tackle, or spinning rods out there.
Yep. You know, one thing about fishing spinning gear on clear water is smallmouth are very much sight feeders. They're very visual. And so when you're fishing for smallmouth, one of the biggest things that you need to do is use a fluorocarbon line or a fluorocarbon leader. And a real popular way is to have a braid backing, you know, typically around, some guys like 10 pounds, some guys like 20-pound braid, but attach it to an 8-pound fluorocarbon leader. And that way you're going to have that sensitivity for the braid, but also you're going to have the stealth of the fluorocarbon. And that's very important to do that when you fish for smallmouth. If you go straight braid, they will, you know, your results are going to be drastically less.
So I don't know if the camera just did a good job of showing that. I can't remember who that was there, but he was throwing a Cinco. But it looked like he was pegging it, or he was, I'm sorry, not pegging it, he was putting a nail in it.
Yes.
He was
the Nico.
The Nico rig.
The Nico
and you had
rig.
talked about that earlier as potentially being a tactic today.
I did. So the cool thing about the Nico rig is it's a little different presentation. It allows you to fish a Cinco a little bit quicker, cover a little bit more water. So when you have these Cincos, you put that nail weight in the end of it and you wacky rig it and you throw it out there, it drops straight down. And so you're able to cast it out there, it's going to get to the bottom quicker, and you're typically able to work that quicker and cover a lot more water with it. And it's a lot different presentation than these fish are used to seeing. It's become real popular over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I'm looking through our website right now. We have a number of different styles of that nail style head.
Yeah.
From Demiki to Lunker City, you know, and we have the Lunker City ones right here, and then the VMC with the Nico skirt on it.
Yep. Yeah, this morning when I was looking at it, you guys have the selection of nail weights.
Any updates on anyone else?
Absolutely.
So here, I'll drop that in there for those who are interested in what we're talking about.
Oh, there we go. Joe is hooked up. That one looks good.
Go, baby.
That one, he's got right there. Look at that.
Oh, that's an Alabama rig.
Alabama rig. Is that a flash mob he's throwing?
That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, let's get on the board. In the mouth. Ooh, in the mouth. Good.
In the mouth.
That's a different rig right there. A lot of people.
Did also have a 2
What's that?
Did have a 2 minute there.
I saw that. Zeros?
Yep.
$3.11.
311.
Wow. Nice large mouth.
Ooh, baby.
I can't keep up here with sharing all these links here. We're
2-minute penalty. Put them in a box.
in the penalty box.
That's That's awesome. So Joe, he just got married to his wife Brenna back on February 21st down in Florida.
So here's the nail
Yeah,
weights.
just kinda-
Yeah, I saw that. Grazed it.
It happens. You're on the board.
Serve my penalty.
So one thing about Joe is he's won some tournaments, Angler's Choices on Geneva, 2017, 2018, 2019.
Wow.
So Joe, he's no slouch when it comes to this lake. He's got some experience on it. An Angler's Choice, that's a pretty popular, well-attended series. And that Mitch is hooked up again.
That might be a smallie. Come on, baby. Oh yeah. Not big, but stay on there. Pretty close. I don't know. I don't think so. But we'll check them. It's a good sign. $114. It's a good sign, though.
That'll be a penalty, though.
Oh, hit the carpet. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you just held it down longer?
Yeah, it should start flashing. I feel like I don't want to start flashing.
So it sounds like Mitch is going to have to serve a 2-minute penalty, too. He's getting used to that, using that net in that boat.
It's gonna be close. Skinny guy. Oh, 2 pounds on the head again.
Look at that.
2 on the nose.
Wow, thank you. I'll take them. Nice little Lake Geneva smallmouth. Wow. Ooh, cool. That's lucky right there.
Alright, so you have to start the penalty on your phone.
Should I enter it in first?
Yeah, you enter it in, then you start the penalty. Okay.
Wow.
Great
Cool.
job by Mitch. It looks like he's got the 2-pound horseshoe with him today.
Yeah, man. He's so the penalty for those who are asking is because when Mitch, you couldn't see it from the camera angle, but when he netted that fish, I could tell it right away, and I was leaving it up to the camera official to make that call. He kind of drug that bass across the side of the gunnel.
Got it.
And that would have gave him the basket, with the bass in the basket of the net, hit the side of the boat, and that's why he's in a penalty. So remember, like we talked about, Mitch fished head-to-head last year, and last year was all no net. So now this year we allowed the net process to come in here just to help keep people
little
safe.
2-pounder and a 4-pounder, so I'm thinking that's what it was.
Could be. The first one came in at 4, and then, you know, so he has 2 on top of that. They don't want to eat today. They probably ate like crazy yesterday during the rain. It is what it is.
So after seeing that fish
Keep
caught
working
on the
hard.
umbrella rig, what's everyone's go-to umbrella rig?
No, I don't think so.
What does everyone
Move
love
up to a
throwing
couple,
for an umbrella rig?
special docks here and see if we can get a. What did I do?
And I'm going to throw an add-on to that question. What is the ideal setup to throw an umbrella rig?
Yeah, for rod, reel
rod,
combo?
yeah, for rod, reel, and line. I would love to see what everyone loves throwing those on. We got a Flash Mob Jr., Jeremiah Shaver. Kyle, what's an umbrella rig?
So we were listening to Stu. He was talking there, and just so everybody knows, Stu is a huge head-to-head supporter. kind of like Andy is sitting next to me here, but Stu is on the chat for all the events. I think he's one of those guys, just like Tim Meyer was as of the original stuff.
Yeah.
You got another one?
Stu's been on for like countless events for many hours in between. So, you know, Stu did a great job, and now he went from a viewer to an angler. You know, so it just lets everybody know out there knowing Chatland, you can be on the TV too here. We could be watching you and giving you a fancy nicknames.
Absolutely.
Brian says, hashtag no ties. I agree, Brian. It's finally, we have an event where we don't have to go to a coin flip. Potentially. Don't say it. Why did I say it out loud?
I thought Kyle last week was going to have to go get his thumb massaged after all the coin tossing.
That's funny. No. That is awesome. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to see was another coin flip week here at head-to-head fishing.
So we got Hog Farmer A-Rig, Flash Mob Junior.
Here, chainsaw running in the background. Wonder if after last week's event, if Kyle just took that quarter and chucked it. Ooh, Carl just missed one.
That'd have been cute. Got a fish on him. Certain players are in there. We're gonna try
Yeah,
one
so
more
talking
thing.
about different umbrella rigs, you know, so traditionally an umbrella rig, they have 5 different leads on them that you can hook up 5 different baits, but in Wisconsin with our rules, you only can have 3 hooks on it. So in Wisconsin, when we throw it, you're going to have 3 baits that are going to have hooks, and then you can attach 2 dummy baits or attach some spinners to there. But it's a fantastic tool to catch
fish. Up to
fish.
these docks, I'm going to ask you to try and be as still as possible.
Okay, I'm gonna just sit and just give them the best angle I can. I'm trying not to.
I haven't used it a
great
whole lot, or I should say I haven't had a whole lot of
You're
experience
going to see
with
them.
it.
Yeah.
If we don't see them, we got real problems today. We got real problems. If
No, you're good. Let me know if I'm moving too
and
much.
we got a little kid fishing on my dock, so I can't even go in there. I'll go on the other. Oh no, they're fishing on the other side too. Look at that. It's not good. I got a father and a daughter fishing. Good for them. Oh boy.
Yeah, you let me know if I'm moving too much, because I might just sit and just give them the best I can give them, because we want to get it on tape, but I don't want to chance you of anything.
So I believe I couldn't really. I think that's Steven that was talking about kind of pushing up to some docks, and
yeah,
he must have some. Oh, it was Stu? Oh, okay.
Oh, Steven's hooked up. Oh, here's some drag.
He's the stand dance.
I just hope I'm not in your way.
Oh, he looks like he's going to hand land this one. There it is, a nice smallmouth.
Nice.
Go 2 pounds.
Nice fish.
I don't know. It's fat. Might be a 115.
Fish.
Let's see what we got. screws?
Yep.
Yeah, that is. Look at that fish.
2.6.
Nice
2.6. Good job.
Below the gunnel.
Below the gunnel. Good job.
Yeah, so
Don't
somebody
forget
had asked, is
don't
it
forget
2
to
hooks? No, it's 2
register him.
lines,
Oh, yeah.
but they can have 3 hooks. So like you were
2.6.
talking about with that umbrella rig.
Right, right.
Yeah, I mistakenly put the wrong thing in there.
Right?
Yep, 2.6.
I don't know if that's your job or not.
And Travis making a move here.
Yeah, so talking about the umbrella rig, in using it, the setup that I use, and I'm by no means an expert at this, but I use 20-pound fluorocarbon. I use a little bit longer of a rod. I use a 7.5-foot rod, pretty stiff rod, and I use the reel that I throw it on is probably a medium speed reel, and throw it out there, and you know, the ways that you can work it are numerous different ways. You can slow roll it around the bottom, you can pump it, you can burn it. But I'd love to hear what some of the guys that fish the umbrella rig do as far as the setup technique, how they do it.
So Renee wants to know, what's a medium speed reel you want to recommend?
Would be
As far as
Like a ratio.
okay, kind of like a 6:3 to 1, somewhere in that ballpark is kind of considered that medium speed. When you get up into the, you know, the 7.3 to 1s, those are a little bit higher speeds, and I know they got some just ungodly burners out there that I think are over 8 to 1. But a medium speed is going to be right in that you know, mid 6, high 6 to 1 ratio. Boy, this Mitch and Joe matchup is a great matchup. Mitch sitting right at 4 pounds, Joe at 311.
All right, let's move to another spot.
Both of these guys are pretty accomplished on this lake. So Scott says that he throws an A-rig on a 7-foot 3-inch medium heavy Lewis custom black rod with a 6:8 to 1 ratio on 20-pound fluorocarbon on the Great Lakes and Big Green. Dennis dropping some good information in the chat. He said 3 Kitech fat, 3.8 plastic, 2 willow spinners on the other arms. Jig weight depends on the depth that he's targeting, but recommends going heavier than you think. This is excellent information. Bailey says umbrella rig on Geneva this time of year can be outstanding, especially with that cloud cover. Popping that rod tip or flattening or flaring the reel handle during the retrieve is a must out there. So the flaring the reel handle, that's a pretty cool technique to do that. It changes, it kind of flares that umbrella rig. Almost looks like it's evading, like the bait fish are kind of spooked running from the predator fish.
Missed him. It's only my second bite all day.
I'm sorry, what was that? I can't hear you over, Zach.
That's all right.
You said we moving?
Nope. Just sliding down a little bit.
Yeah, I turned it down, sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I agree, John. No ties today, knock on wood. So that should be a fun rest of the day for everybody. We'll kind of recap some of the matchups here. So you're looking at the matchup between Mitch and Joe right now. That's a tight battle. It's down to 5 ounces with Mitch having 4 pounds flat with 2 fish, and then Joe having 1 fish for 3 pounds 11 ounces. Then if we go to Carl and Adam, Adam is up right now with 1 bass for 3 pounds 5 ounces. Carl's still looking for a first 2-pounder of the day. Then we go to Stu. Oh, there's the battle of Carl and Adam. A couple different locations there. Both fishing more of the shoreline dock areas.
Yep.
We just got done looking at the battle between Stu and Steven. Steven's up with 3 fish, with his largest being 4 pounds 2 ounces. That's a 2 pound 13 ounce average for 8 pounds 8 ounces. And Stu had mentioned he's still looking for his first 2-pounder. He's only had a couple bites so far today. The weather from yesterday is going to affect the fishing, obviously. Today, you know,
right.
You had Stu mentioning that he thinks the fish fed heavily yesterday during that rain. So it's going to be interesting how the rest of the day kind of pans out. But then the final battle that we have going on today for head-to-head Southeast Smackdown is between Travis and Jason. Jason's up with 1 fish, 1 scoreable bass at 2 pounds 4 ounces. Travis is still looking for his first scoreable head-to-head fish. So for those who forgot, maybe you haven't been with us for the whole entire time, we're doing an awesome giveaway today. And it's based on how productive and how, you know, you want to be in the chat. So what we're asking is if we can get our viewership numbers over 5,000 for today. Lines out time at 1 o'clock. Ooh! Oh! Stu's putting a hurting on one.
It's gonna be small and it's a little rocky.
Rock
That's
bass.
a great start for a catch. So that's a bass, but a rock bass.
Oh!
Hey! Oh. That's all I need right now. Frustration. Secure the boat. Serve my 2-minute penalty.
You know what's awesome is Stu doesn't have to be reminded that that's a penalty because he's been watching head-to-head forever, just like a lot of you out there. But anyways, back to this giveaway we're doing. We're giving you the chance. One random person is going to get the chance to fish with Kyle Carpenter, tournament director for head-to-head fishing. And all we ask is you share this. You tag as many people on Facebook, YouTube. Get it out there. Let groups know. I've seen somebody on here said he sent message a lot of groups, bass groups on the western part of the United States out there in California. And if we can beat those numbers by lines out today at 1 o'clock Central Time, we're going to pick one random winner from Facebook or YouTube, and they're going to get to go out and fish with Kyle Carpenter. So that's just a little pressure on you, the viewers. I see a lot of people have been sharing, tagging people. We truly appreciate it. Let's see if we can get that number over 5,000. And it's 5,000 viewers before lines out today.
Joe just picked up that umbrella rig again, and he's just slow winding that. So he's throwing it out, just doing a slow, steady retrieve.
Even the advancements in rods and reels, a lot of guys say that's a tiring presentation to throw for a good majority of the day.
Yeah, it's for bass fishing, it is kind of our dip into that musky world where those guys are throwing baits that'll wear you out.
Yep.
Throwing that umbrella rig, that is some hardware you're moving.
But it's a big fish technique, is it not? I mean, you don't typically catch a lot of fish that maybe be under that 2-pound minimum.
You would be surprised. When I fished Big Green last year, I fished a Wisco event on Big Green, and I tried to experiment with the umbrella rig, and the number of rock bass that I caught on yes, was unbelievable. So, the umbrella rig absolutely is a big fish catcher. So I'm excited to see how that umbrella rig plays into this tournament.
To Baudette, Minnesota.
Wow.
And got up there for a little bit.
You like it out there then? Is that
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's nice up there.
Take it, that's why you stayed, huh?
Yeah, it's nice.
Jason really seems committed to that jerk bait style of fishing right now.
Did it look like Travis was flipping that dock with like a crayfish?
I actually didn't get a good look at that.
I'm pretty sure he was using a 13 Fate rod though. And you can't mistake that lime green from any other company out there.
We're not going far.
Both Carl and Adam are both on the move here.
Carl he was born and raised out in Martinsville, Virginia. He joined the Marine Corps out of high school and was stationed off the coast of North Carolina. So, big thank you to Carl for his service. Currently lives in Oconomowoc with his wife Tammy.
So many fin facts coming out of you today.
He said before fishing this event, or for signing up for this event, he has never fished Geneva or Delevan.
Really?
So that is what you talk about, confidence in your ability.
Yeah.
Breaking down some water.
Fun game I like to play here while we're watching these boats play is that it's not too often that the same sponsor is on the Waylive scoreboard and on the top right side of the screen. You're looking at Omega Custom. They did it the first time
There
today.
we go.
You know what? Now people at home are going to be watching that. A lot of times you'll see like Sporto and Motor Sock or Meg's Custom Rods and Omega. It's just not too often that they both are up there top and bottom. Now see, look, now it's off again. Now we got Megs on the top of the scoreboard.
Look at that.
And Omega's on there. I shared the link to Megs before. We spoke with Megs this last week. They are scrambling to get us our rods that we're looking for in store. I know a lot of you are anxious for their rod stuff, but here's the link to their website. If you want to kind of check them out, ask any questions, be sure to follow them.
Mitch working a jerk bait.
See again, look at Motor Sock and Sporto. It's a fun game you like to play.
I'm going to be addicted to this one by the end of this, I can tell that.
Sportomotive. We might have to see if BJ is going to stop in this week from Sportomotive. He did a great job for us last week talking, letting everybody know what was going on there. Got a couple of new camera guys this week, new camera officials. They've been doing a great job. So, talk about learning on the fly.
Yeah, trial by fire.
You know, could you imagine being a new camera guy in some of the conditions last week? Well, welcome to, Mother Bagel.
I can take a lot of conditions that Mother Nature can throw at you, but one thing that I struggle with is lake flies.
Oh, man.
I mean, nothing redlines me quicker than inhaling lake flies.
Yeah, those things are nasty.
And when they get on the boat, in the boat, they are in your garage for the, it is just, they're like the plague.
Yes.
They don't go away. And it's kind of like the gnats out on the bay.
Yes.
Right?
And then they stink when they die. They stink. Oh, I agree, man. They are. Yeah. Brian, obviously, it's fun to me because Brian's not in studio. I don't know if today or this week or whatever that plan is. But it's like he's here between the text messages, the Facebook, and then him being on the chat. It's like he never left. Brian, it's great to see you still watching head-to-head, even though you think you take a break from it. But he also said it looks like a new drinking game with the logos. I agree.
Lake flies are a form of ancient torture. Agreed.
Yeah, so we can kind of recap some of our amazing sponsors since we're talking about that sponsorship little thing you see here on the screen. So Sportomotive, we've talked about them, and they're a phenomenal company, over 35 years in business. Meg's Custom Rods, they've been a company since 2016. They're out of Marquette, Michigan. They build a lot of things that you could be, particular rods, good custom components, great feel. So thanks to Meg's. A Mega Custom Tackle. We didn't see them so much obviously last week during the walleye event, but they've been stepping up huge time during the bass stuff, and you make sure you check them out on the therealshot.com. Take 10% off by using H2H 10. Walleye Nation Creations. They're still a member of the sponsorship game. Oahe Wings and Walleyes, Allen's Guide Service, and then Motor Sock.
All right, look at Jason. That is aggressive. When you are standing on the very top of your boat, he's getting after it. Oh, look at that for an umbrella rig cover. Is that like a legitimate, is that homemade, or is that like an actual cover?
I have a feeling that the Real Shot carries something like that. Let me do a little bit of investigating here on the Real Shot, or on the website. Jason, yeah, the mag stuff is phenomenal. It's it's funny about that. That's the Rig Wrangler.
The Rig Wrangler.
The mag stuff was in and out of here so fast. I didn't really even get a chance to get a good feel for them. So I'm excited when they get us our next order here for me to really go out there and kind of look at them. Oh, jerkbait. You saw Mitch fishing that a lot in 2019 in the fall event.
Yep. I don't think he's going.
probably fishing one of those mega bass jerk baits. The Vision.
Nice release below the gunnel. Fish. Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Hooked up. Adam's got one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, stay on there, baby.
Ooh, I like the excitement in his voice.
Not a big enough.
Oh! Seen a lot of penalties today so far.
Can I hit the spot lock still?
Yeah.
We
I
experienced it
told
all
myself
with
that wasn't going to happen either.
Houston, you have a problem.
We're there in the highs and the lows.
Dang it.
You know, so I'm having flashbacks of 2019 all over again. We saw a lot of those penalties in 2019 because these anglers are not used to having to release that fish below the gunnel. You catch a dink like that. You're not disrespecting the fish. I mean, it's not the intention of it. It's just like you talked about earlier. It's fast fishing, right?
Yes.
Get it off, get it back, get the line out, right?
Right.
Well, here in this event, you can't do that. And I tell you what, you're only going to see that mistake happen once.
Yeah.
They do it once, they're learning fast, and then they typically don't do it again. And then it becomes to, like we've heard a couple of times today, it turns into a joke. Below the gunnel. We watched Captain Keller do that a lot last week, a guy that knows the rules 100% over and over again. And he kidded around with us, in the camera guys and everything like that. He pretended to throw that northern, and that's fun stuff. But
Right.
you got to make sure that you release it below the gunnel. Otherwise, you're sitting in the penalty box for 2 minutes.
Yeah. And I can't imagine what that 2 minutes feels like sitting in that boat. I mean, it's got to seem like 20.
It's definitely a thinking fest, if you want to call it that. Thinking about why did I do that?
Is it normally where they put boat lifts?
Yeah, so there's like 3 rows that come out with, they're like concrete slabs with big boulders in them.
Oh,
And there's a couple boat lifts, like boat cradles that are in the water. And there's just a ton of bass in them.
They normally sit in the holes where people's motors were. And stuff
Like there's one right there.
Look at that.
Oh,
Look at that.
I love a jerkbait.
Little one.
Yes.
It's fun.
You can pull the little ones out of them, but the big ones are just too lazy to. Because it's like 8 feet in the center of those things. That one slammed it though. Dang.
Yeah, get that players. Yeah, it definitely is a mega bass vision 110. Just drop that in the lake.
But yeah, you can see where the dock's not in yet there. So I mean, if it was normally, that would be a huge residential dock, and you wouldn't be able to fish it like this with a jerkbait or anything. You wouldn't really be able to get to those fish. I mean, all these docks have fish on them probably, but it's hard to get a bait on them.
Those hooks look stinky.
Come on,
Yeah.
big girl, come out of there.
Yep. I don't think there's anything sharper than a mega bass hook, especially on those Vision 110s. We actually have one here. Ooh, that's a good looking color right there.
Oh, it's a beautiful color.
Was it like a bone color? Yeah, French pearl.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty. So that French pearl color there, for those who just dropped that, I just click on that link. Are you throwing that in this clear water condition, or what color would you throw in the clear water?
On a day like today, when you have the cloud cover, when you're in a clear water like this, the sun really plays a big role. So on a day like today, when it's cloudy out, you're going to want to have something that has a little bit more of a solid color, that gives a little bit more flash for those fish to see, because obviously the cloud cover you're not going to have that visibility like you would On days that are sunny in the clear water, you want to throw something that's a little bit more translucent, something that's not so solid and bold. So yeah, like a day like today, throwing this pearl, absolutely, that'd be a fantastic choice.
And then you got this other one here. What was this one? This is the AU color.
The AU. This is a phenomenal color for, big green, which I assume would translate into Geneva, also up on the bay. These are phenomenal colors. But yeah, again, and also too with the jerkbait, you're going to want to throw something that's going to mimic the forage that's in that fishery. So be in tune with what the forage is in the fishery, be in tune with what the weather conditions are. And also too, even if you have a sunny day that has wave action, obviously that's going to cut down the clarity. So there's a lot of variables that go into throwing a jerkbait. But man, is it a fun way to catch fish.
It is. All of a sudden you rip, pause, and then the next time you go to rip, there's a lot of weight there.
And some of them are just bone jarring.
Yes.
I mean, it's like tying the line to the bumper of a truck and swinging a rod as hard as you can.
Yes. It's like all these tactics on the bass side, just like I'm sure they do on the walleye side, they all have a different kind of bite to it, right? Like we talked about the jerkbait bite being, sometimes like a freight train compared to, maybe you're flipping or throwing a bladed jig. That's its own kind of bite on its own, it's a lot of... I was fishing a body of water last year with a bladed jig, an Omega bladed jig, and it had some white colors to it. It was a little bit darker body of water, and I would love it because I would just bring it by some brush, and then it'd just get knocked sideways. And get ready, man. Reel down and bury that hook because that's a good fish.
Right. And the other things when you look at throwing whether you're slow rolling a grub, slow rolling a 3-inch swim bait, when those fish bite it, those presentations, you do not want to set the hook.
Yep.
You want to just keep reeling and let those fish load up on that rod. And it's one of the hardest things in the world to do is you'll be slow rolling and you'll feel that bump. And you don't set the hook, don't move it, just keep that steady pace going. And there's times when they'll hit it 2, 3, 4 times before you actually get that hook up. And when you're throwing things like that, equipment is so important because fluorocarbon is a great line to use with those presentations because it has that sensitivity, but it also has that little bit of stretch where you're not pulling it out of a fish's mouth.
Yep.
So yeah, it's the
2-pounder.
You look at these decks and you wonder, well, why do these guys need 7, 10, 15 rods? It's because each presentation has its own intricacies that you need that setup for in order to fish it right. And it's a lot easier to have that many rods as opposed to retying.
Well, right. And it's you're 100% correct with that. I mean, instead of retying everything, just have them all ready to roll.
Right.
What's the best lose reel for slow rolling and bombing casts? Are you a lose fan?
I am becoming a lose fan. Absolutely. I am on the front end of the learning curve with that, but I know that they have some phenomenal reels. I think it's Lose that has the reel. It's almost impossible to backlash.
Yeah, and Shimano has one. It has the DC series, the Corrados. That's what a lot of people are snatching up now. I sold one the other day, and they have the Corrado DC with the built-in computer, and then the SLX DC, which is a little more affordable. We sell a lot of those. The Lose, I'm trying to bring it up here on the website to kind of see what we have in stock. But let's, while I'm searching that, is there for slow rolling, like you were talking about, your ratio, you would bump that down a little bit? You go slower than 7 on that one?
Yeah, if you really want to slow roll, so the gear ratios really translates into how many inches of line get brought in by one turn of the handle. And so when you have gear ratios that are down into 5s, like a 5.3 to 1, you're going to typically be around that 23 inches of line that get brought in with one revolution of the handle. When you start getting mid-range, you're going to get, up in the upper 20s, and then when you get to the high range, I mean, you're going to get into the 30s as far as retrieve. So it can help you, those reel speeds can help you so that you don't change how fast you're turning the handle, but at the same time, your bait is going to be moving faster or slower. And so if you want to achieve that slow roll by not changing the speed you're cranking, then yeah, go down to those 5:3 to 1 gear ratio, and that's going to really slow that down. And when these guys are fishing jerk baits, typically you're going to see higher speed reels on jerk baits, because when you fish a jerk bait, you're moving the lure with the rod tip. You're not moving it with the reel. And so it'll be jerk, jerk, pause. And on that pause, one turn of the handle is going to bring in all of that slack line. So it's better to have that high-speed reel for line management. You're not using it to move the bait. You're using it to bring in the line in between the pauses. So yeah, I mean, the gear ratios and the amount of line that get brought in play a huge factor depending on the technique that you're using.
So we had some people asking, so I dropped a link in here to our bait casters that we carry at thereelshot.com. It's just, I love it, and there's a lot of them that are a lot of good quality ones out there that you don't have to spend a lot of money on. Like the 13 line has some good introductory style pricing stuff. You can get the original chrome here, or the origin chrome, for $79.99. Just remember though, it's unfortunate, but in a lot of things in life, the more you spend on it, the better quality, and you're going to have to not buy it again, right? Somebody summed it up for me. The easiest way is buy nice or buy twice, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's when you look at it, there's a lot of different things to think about when you spend your money. But to me, being if you're a weekend angler, to me it's actually more important to buy high quality gear to offset that learning curve. Because typically when you buy...
Oh, Travis. Look at the tiptoe. See the tiptoe right there?
Make call one.
That's why we call it tiptoe.
Tiptoe.
There we go.
I don't think he's 2 pounds though.
He's dropping his poles.
It won't be 2 pounds. Flip enough docks, you'll catch one.
Right? I see that.
It's just the way it is. Won't even be close, but we'll weigh them.
What are we?
196.
Ah.
I'm gonna reweigh them. Zeroed out the scale. $202.
202, I can see it.
202.
Fish was all beat up.
Awesome.
Flip some docks.
Yep. There we go. We needed that little 2-pounder.
Yeah, so talking about that equipment, if you're a weekend guy, I think it's important because you don't have a lot of time to get on the water. Your time is limited.
Yep.
And you don't want to be messing around with, less expensive gear. You want your time to count. You want it to be good quality time out there. So if you look where Mitch is, he's out in a little bit of wind right now.
So a good gear ratio for Okay, so what we're getting right now is we're getting a chat as a lot of people are kind of interested in what's a good all-around, let's say a baitcaster setup, right? You know, they're looking to buy one rod, one reel to kind of introductory style. What ratio would you kind of say? Somewhere around that 7 is a good place to start with?
I'd actually say like in the 6s, in the mid 6s, like you know, around a 6.6 to 1, 6.3 to 1, somewhere in there is kind of a good utility reel to start with. You know, unless you're buying it for a very specific setup, I think that's a pretty good utility gear ratio to cover both ends of the spectrum.
And then a rod, would you go with like a 7-foot medium, or would you go like medium heavy right away if you're looking for a basic kind of rod to do a lot of things?
Yeah, I would go 7-foot medium heavy with a fast action tip, and I think that's a good rod that's going to cover a lot of the different techniques. The only thing that I would say is when you're getting into cranking and when you're getting into jerk baiting, I think in my opinion, you would want a rod that's either a fiberglass or a composite fiberglass graphite rod. And the reason is those rods have a lot more flexibility. It's like the buggy whip, right?
Yep.
And so when you're fishing those, when you have just that regular graphite rod and those fish come up when you're fishing a crankbait or a jerk bait, when you move that rod, you're moving that bait, and you have a chance to pull that lure out of that fish's mouth before he can really get it. And so by throwing those fiberglass or a composite rod, fiberglass graphite, it's going to be a lot better for that fish to get a hold of that, as well as to help fight the fish when you're bringing it in. But if I was going to go with just a general utility rod, it would just be a 7-foot medium heavy with a fast action tip. Burning away. Looks like Steven's in a pretty interesting area. I wonder if that's like a little channel, a little creek in there.
Look at how dark that water is off
Yeah.
to the right side of the boat, though.
Wow, a KVD 10-to-1 ratio reel. That is a high-speed reel right there. What would they be best for? I would love to hear what the audience says about that. What would a 10-to-1 gear ratio reel be good for? Obviously, burning a bait, you know, maybe a spinner bait, maybe a buzz bait. Yeah, let's let the chat fire up. What's that going to be good for?
All right, so a lot of people are questioning what's up with the scale issue there. We're on that right now. That scale is not a head-to-head of Rapala high contrast scale. We are talking with tournament director Kyle, who obviously is down in this area right here, is very much aware of that situation. So we're talking about that, and that's the wrong scale. That fish is probably not going to count because it wasn't weighed on a head-to-head scale. So I'm not addressing that as of right now, just because I'm waiting to hear clarification. So if we could kind of hold off on the whole scale question at this point, once I get a answer from the director, I will relay it to everybody there. But to your question about the flipping, the higher ratio, a lot of the pros feel like it doesn't matter if it's a high speed, a low speed. Maybe in certain applications the low speed does, but they want to get that fish in, and they want to crank it, and they want to, it makes them slow down a little bit too, having that higher gear ratio. It makes them physically slow down and composure themselves too. So, we were talking to some of the pros when those guys came here last year, and a lot of them, that were fishing for, let's say, Daiwa, like that high speed ratio no matter what the application was.
Really?
So
that's great. Just looking at the chat, a lot of guys are saying that 10-to-1 is great for flipping. Jeremiah said frogging. It's good for everything.
Yeah, yep, and that's kind of what my point was. Yep, they like that. It makes you slow down a little bit. It's like, fishing at 8 to 1. It's a high speed reel for a lot of things. Even when Abu came out with that Rocket series that was high gear ratios like that, that 10 situation, it just lets you it makes you slow down as an angler,
right,
and fish a little bit slower. You ever go punching? I mean, it's a dumb question, but I'm just kind of sparking up conversation.
I have.
Punching is a blast.
It is, and you have to have the right setup for punching.
We're talking broomsticks.
Oh my God, pool cues.
Yep.
The weight that you use, typically bass fishing, you don't use a lot of heavyweight gear, but when you got ounce and a quarter, ounce and a half, and you're punching through.
Yep.
And not only that, but when you bring those fish in, you're bringing them in with 20 pounds of salad.
Today, does it carry over to tomorrow? Or
no, 0 goes out, Group B goes up tomorrow. We're Group A.
Okay.
And we go to a different lake and wait 0 out.
Okay.
Go back to 0.
You know who's a good punching guy? Kyle.
Ty Cornell is an excellent. That he works here. Ty is a great. He taught me how to punch, and I still don't really know how to do it. So for those who aren't aware, punching is like you were talking about. You flip heavy mats, usually like a late summer tactic.
Yep.
When the mats kind of build up from all the boat traffic, you get those floating mats. Well, what I didn't realize is those mats are floating, and underneath it is virtually nothing.
Right.
So you go out there and, like you said, you flip some heavy creature baits on heavy weight, big, strong choker, big hooks, and you throw that bait up and you let it punch through the mat. And typically, on a good bite, before that bait gets to the bottom, the bass react and they hit it.
Right.
And it is an absolute blast. That's one of those games where hook sets are 100% free.
Oh my God.
And the easiest way to it just feels different. Ty, I can't talk now. I'm so excited about thinking about it. But Ty said, I'm going, dude, how do you really know? He goes, it just feels different. And a lot of times when you flip that bait up and it goes through, you kind of yo-yo it, right?
Yep.
You bounce it once or twice on that mat, and then you reel it back in and you just flip it again. But once in a while, there's extra weight there, and if you think it's a fish, you set.
You set.
And you tell your buddies in the boat to get down if it isn't, because like you said, it's like a bomb coming at you.
Well, I tell you what, you don't have to tell them to get down. They're going to know when you set, they're going to get down. I mean, you're fishing with 80-pound braid.
Yep.
I mean, you are bringing out the heavy hardware.
Oh, it is. I'm getting shaken and tingling just thinking about it.
I tell you, it is a riot to fish like that. Right, yeah, those bass in those times of the year, they come in, they use that for shade, they use it for cover. Absolutely fun.
Oh, that's a snag.
Yeah, so we're talking about the punching thing. It's a blast. I highly recommend it. That's one where you're going to have to get some heavy equipment to do it.
Yeah.
You're going to, like you said, 80-pound braid. You need a – what length rod do you like for that?
7 foot.
7 foot?
Yeah, 7 foot.
Because you got to pick up a lot of slack, too. I mean,
Yep.
typically a punch cast is, I don't know, what would you say, 20 yards in, right?
Yeah.
If less than that?
Yeah, probably less than that. I mean, when you're really working with that, you're working that close range, and you're going to be dropping it in, you know, and you're going to be trying to find little holes and spots that you can get it in if you can.
Yep.
You know, otherwise, if not, that's what the big weight's for, is punching through the mat. You just bounce it, drop it through, and bring in a toad.
All right, so here we go look at Travis and Jason. Now, you notice that Travis's weight is back down to 0. Let's just get the scale issue figured out and answered, and let's move on with the rest of Southeast Smackdown. That fish does not count. Travis accidentally grabbed the wrong scale. He is aware that he needs to use a Rapala high contrast head-to-head scale. He accidentally, in the rush of the head-to-head event, grabbed the wrong scale, weighed that fish. So that fish was taken off. Travis is aware of it. Travis's camera official is aware of that. That fish does not count, where Travis is back down to 0 and still looking for his first 2-pound fish.
Yes, it is an emotional endeavor when you're out there, and accidents do happen.
Yeah, and Adam, I mean, you could fish with a lot of, I did 7.6 a great rod for punching. I don't think we're absolutely clueless. Feel free to let us know what you use, Adam, if you would like to.
On Delevan, it's like go time, like a lot of beds. So you'll see a lot of bed fishing on Wednesday. But here, this lake is just so clear, it doesn't warm up. It takes a while for it to warm up.
Sounds like somebody's part of dock dingers down there. I know it's not. Now, before somebody in the chat blows me up, I know nobody's hitting docks right now. But occasionally when I hit a dock, that's what it sounds like.
There's a distinct sound.
It is. There, 7.4, extra heavy. Like we talked about, your gear is legit for punching. 7.6.
Yeah.
There you go. Ron says he punches with a 7-foot heavy.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you know,
to each their own.
To each their own. Yeah, there's so many different things, different styles, different ways.
After this, nobody's going to fish this Alabama.
Oh!
I think it's a, I don't know. He doesn't, oh, it's a big smallie.
Oh. Come on, Stu.
In the net!
That boy, Stu.
Now, Mr. Keller, I can put it on the deck. Number
great
1,
fish.
baby. I'm coming after you, Nabel. It's just starting, baby. Oh, I gotta use your scale.
You gotta use my scale. Someone just got in trouble for using a different scale, so I wouldn't do that.
So just press this button.
Yep. And then you hold it to tear. And then they'll flash.
It's flashing 0.
Yep, you're good now. Now you can weigh it.
Oh.
You don't have to show me, just to yourself. I mean, I can look, but not to the camera.
314.
Nice fish.
Booyah.
314. Good.
Yeah, put it in your app. Make sure you record it before you put your pole out.
Do I just leave this on, or?
Yeah.
Well, if you think you're going to catch them, Stu,
Yeah,
put
next time we
that
get you-
scale right in your chest pocket.
Hang it on your bibs.
We had a clean catch and release, no penalty. Under the girdle.
What an awesome fish.
Oh, and he was just talking, you could hear him talking about how maybe nobody's going to throw that Alabama rig and
Right.
T-bone one.
Right. Now that is the second fish that we've seen caught on the Alabama rig?
I believe so, yep.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to give her up today. We're going to move again.
So we're closing in on the 2-hour point here. Don't forget, we asked you for a little challenge earlier today. Yeah, it's we want you to try to get us viewership today, up to 5,000 people on at one time. And what we're doing is we're going to give away a fishing trip with Kyle Carpenter, head-to-head tournament director, to one lucky person. So if we get this stream over 5,000 viewership before 1 o'clock lines out Central Time, you know, we're going to pick one random winner from all the platforms for anybody that's watched. So go ahead, share it again. A lot of people were sharing it. That's awesome.
Yeah, Dave fishing with Kyle. That is a valuable prize because he is one of the top guys. There's no doubt about that.
No, Adam, we did not come up with a nickname for Mr. Cleveland yet. When I say that last day,
my buddy Adam Palazzo there.
I think of what's that show? Family Guy, Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Is there any way you could tell me how Steve Nebel's doing? Or just kind of curious. I see him right up there, my buddy.
Good morning, Chris Johnson, the Muffin Man. So Chris was like my mentor. He took me under his wing and he taught someone that couldn't catch a cold in the middle of winter and helped me out greatly, as well as the rest of the guys that were in the Bass Club. But he always gave me crap because I would always show up to the ramp with Quick Trip muffins.
Oh, there. Okay. Now that might stick.
I have a muffin for that.
All right, that makes sense. I mean, that could be a couple of different ways with that, but it explains a lot.
Yeah, Chris, I owe you.
Hey guys, are you able to tell me if you took the fish or not? I'm just wondering because, like I said, it was my fault.
Chris Johnson says, we could have called you Thor, but you cut your hair.
I did.
Austin, if you're going to drink a cup of coffee and watch H2H, share a picture for us. Share a picture over to our head-to-head Facebook or Instagram stories. Don't forget you can see all the awesome stuff on Facebook and Instagram. Share some pictures with us where you're watching head-to-head. If you got it on the big screen or if you're watching it on the couch, tag us on it. There's a lot of ways to tag head-to-head fishing. H2H dinking, H2H into mouth, H2H fishing. Never put the hashtag in front of all that stuff. That right there, Shane, that needs to be a picture shared with us. I'll catch a monster Lakers watching you guys on the boat.
Definitely share that.
Looks like when they roll up on Jurassic Park for the first time. It's all kind of foggy, but it's barely there.
Yeah, I know, it is kind of eerie. Haze.
Back to Travis and Jason.
So you were commenting on his rod before, Travis's rod.
Yeah, I think it's a 13 right here, a Fate. See that green?
Yeah, there is no mistake in that. Look at that.
Like here, this would be, excuse me, might be a little under for like punching like we talked about, but it's a heavy 7.5. It's that lime green though. Boy, she really stands out on the water. Yeah, Gary, today's event has started, so today, tomorrow will both be on Geneva. So we got today's 8 that you're watching, and then a new 8 that'll fish Geneva as well tomorrow.
Looks like Carl was doing some dock inspection up close.
He's pointing at what appears to be beds.
Is Adam? Oh no, I thought Adam was hooked up for a second.
Oh, there's some structures, what he's pointing at. You know, looking at it, this lake has a lot of diversity on it as far as different structure types, different weeds.
Yeah, just to be able to go to a place and catch largemouth, smallmouth together that are quality fish is a lot of fun to be able to do that.
Well, and the other cool thing about head-to-head fishing is it allows us to fish some smaller bodies of water. Now, Geneva, over 5,000 acres, is not a small lake by any means, but, you know, you look at some of the conditions, if the high winds and everything out there, there are spots out in these smaller bodies of water where you can get out of that wind. You know, you're looking at Mitch, he's in a little bit more windy area versus Joe.
Right.
So if it came down to, you know, safety-wise, there's going to be a spot where they can hide out on these bodies of water.
Right. Yeah, I love that fact about H2H. It truly opens up the state. You can go anywhere where there's cell coverage.
Correct. Roger says, FYI, some Enigma rods are also that bright green. So it could be an Enigma. TJ says, when are you coming to South Carolina? I can't get over how great of a job you guys are doing. We appreciate it, TJ, and we would definitely love to come to something called South Carolina Mumble Fest today, my man. Yeah, and who knows what 2020 is going to bring for head-to-head fishing. I mean, with everything that happened with COVID this year, we kind of had to restructure our original rules. We were supposed to go to Minnesota and Wisconsin this year.
Right.
We had to reschedule it, had to do an audible, call a hot route. And then, you know, but 2021, if everything goes fine, we'll be in a lot of different states.
Yeah. And, you know, the cool thing about head-to-head is look at all of the things you guys had to adjust. And you were still able to do it and put on just amazing events. You know, I mean, granted, you know, Bago for the bass and the walleye, brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. But you guys just did such an amazing job with this platform, adapting and moving at such a quick pace for this whole show to keep rolling. So, huge kudos to you guys.
Chris, I'm not entirely sure what launch they used today. I could ask Kyle if you really want to know.
Yeah, I didn't know if we had to record if you wanted to do a live feed or what.
He actually here, Kyle heard me talking. He said Williams Bay is where they launched out of.
Okay, so Williams Bay is kind of, well, how would you classify that? Northwestern side of the entire lake? The the north side of the western quarter?
Yeah.
It's a good sized bay that's up there.
Yeah, north side says Chad. Depending on what direction I guess you're coming from, but it's pretty much straight north of the lake. So tomorrow it sounds like they'll have a different launch, and they'll use the LINS, LINNS launch. Wonder if it's that one there. And he's got this fancy lake map in here. Oh, there he's telling us everybody. Williams is closed tomorrow. Tomorrow will be out of the LINS.
Oh, right here. You got Lynn Pier Road.
Oh, yep. So it's on the south part of the lake.
Yep. It's right by the Narrows. You're familiar with Lake Geneva.
So you can go to H2H Fishing and check out all the awesomeness of head-to-head. And right on the front page there is the bracket that's going to have today's matchups, tomorrow's matchups. So it looks like tomorrow we're going to have John DeMay versus Matt, Josh versus Mike, Gary, Gregory, Tyler, and Douglas. So I'm pulling those all directly right off of H2HFishing.com. While we're on the old website, might as well talk about that awesome sticker contest that Head-to-Head is running right now. It's a head-to-head sticker contest. How to enter? It's pretty easy. Sticking a bass on a Ned ring in springtime, which we're kind of seeing a couple of Ned rig fish today. All you have to do is take a creative photo of your official Head-to-Head fishing decal, email it to contest@h2hfishing.com with the subject line reading H2H photo contest, and that's it. So we're going to take only one entry per sticker style per person. The event ends on 11/59 on October 2nd, 2020. Photos will be judged in originality and creativity. This is the cool part. Photos will be first judged by a panel of TRS, the real shot. 64 photos.
We got
Steven hooked up.
Yep.
Non-scorable.
Oh.
That is a head-to-head dink.
You do.
That reminds me of the child fishing game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Frickin' choked it.
So basically when we pick
Screwed
those
up my
stickers, you're
swing
going to
bait.
go in a 64 sticker bracket, and we'll get one winner who's going to win a $1,000 TRS online gift card.
Come on. A big smallie.
Oh, Mitch just got hooked up.
I want my...
Okay, getting the net. It's a good sign.
Oh, no.
Maybe not.
It's a smallmouth, though. It's not taking any chances with that 6-pound line. That one hit it good. Come on, bigger one now.
Jason is utilizing every square inch of the boat.
Look at that. Yep.
Stu not too long ago had that stud on the umbrella rig chasing Steven down.
Bradley on YouTube says Southeast Slowdown. Let's see some weight. Been a sad last few streams for catching. I don't know. There's been a lot of fish caught already this morning.
Absolutely.
We're just about to that 2-hour point.
Oh,
there you go.
Stu answered his call.
At least it feels like it. Yeah, it might be a pike or it's side hooked. Nope, it's a giant. That's another good one.
Did you see that flash?
Yes.
In the net.
In the net. Oh, come on. Oh!
Oh my God, what a mess. I wish
Holy
I could
crap,
let the
he got
net
it.
hit the boat.
Oh. Oh. That is
In
a
the mouth.
beautiful fish. You see the spots
Right
on it?
there. Good?
It's your call, too.
It's in the mouth. Right there in the mouth. Right there in the...
What do we got here?
Woo! Nice one. So, what did I do wrong last time with this?
Nothing. You
Boy,
just
with
had
that
to
fish, he
see
might
it
have just
turn
closed
on.
the distance.
Yep.
Well, it doesn't weigh 9 pounds, 3 ounces.
Okay, so take it off and then re-tear it.
Okay.
Just hold the power button again.
Hold the power button again.
Yep, until it flashes.
I turned it off.
Oh, turn it back on.
No, it's flashing.
And then it flashes. Yep, it should be 0.
Four two.
Nice fish. 4-2.
4-2. That helps. Baby, I'm coming after you guys. Clean release.
We have a clean release. Okay. Don't forget to empty your timing before touching the other pole.
Boy, that was a big help in closing the distance.
Yep.
Absolutely, that umbrella rig is catching some big fish right now.
It sure is.
You know, it's not catching numbers of fish right now, but you know, really nobody is catching numbers of fish right now. But man, is it catching the right fish?
It's catching the head-to-head minimum fish. That is 100% a fact.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. You know, you got the other guys, and you know, we've seen in the last hour quite a few small dinks get caught.
Yep.
But wow, that umbrella rig. Those are three fish that were caught, 3 quality fish caught today on that.
Yeah, I agree with Brad. It's, you know, obviously the anglers can't see what everybody's throwing, but you'd think more people would start throwing that one.
I think it's going to be locked in Stu's hand for a while today.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, it could be an A-rig marathon tomorrow, Ron. You're not wrong.
Yeah, Neville had 6-0 when the other guys caught up.
Yeah, Stu's a hell of a fisherman here.
You peeking like I'm peeking, trying to figure out what Carl's doing there?
I am.
Yeah, I'm gonna get another rod out quick.
We can see his tungsten weight above there. And
Right.
tying a hook on right now.
Just wondering if he's going to be doing some flipping.
Yeah, Dylan, I took care of the spammers. Remember, everybody, just keep the chat clean. Let's be friendly. You know, if somebody asks a question that maybe you think you know, but everybody else may or may not, let's not get on them, and let's definitely not do any self-promoting on here. Can't take anything away from our amazing sponsors for head-to-head. Mags Custom, The Real Shot, Sportomotive, Omega Custom Tackle, Walleye Nation Creations, you know, Wahi Wings and Walleyes, Allen's Guide Service, Motor Sock. You know, let's not take anything away from them. So if I have to, I'll block you.
The latest Smackdown.
Let's get to Eric's comment, though. This is a good one. Watch this while deployed in Iraq for the first time last week during the Bagel Walleye Tournament. Love it. Thanks, Eric. Let's give Eric a thank you, and all the veterans and, you know, active military on here. Thank you, everybody. John, I agree. God bless. Thank you for the service, Eric. And all the veterans. I mean, you talked about it. Who was on here that was former military? I'm gonna put the pressure on you now, FinFact. Come on,
you
now.
were FinFact.
Come on.
I'm scrambling here. Let's see. It was
Carl.
Oh,
you took your own
beat me.
FinFact from
You beat me.
Well, was it only Carl though? He
No.
was a Marine.
No, we got some of the guys tomorrow are also
and we can talk about that. See, right here, this is what makes this all amazing, is when the chat comes together united like this. We had this happen last week for somebody that was going through, Brian Eish, thank you, Dylan. We had somebody going through their first set of chemo, and the chat just comes together. It's really, really moving when the chat is so united like this.
Yeah.
Very supportive to everybody, including head-to-head and all our sponsors. So, Colin Martin, there you go, Max Wilson, perfect. Colin Martin, again, like, thank you to all our active and veterans. It's amazing what you guys do. First of all, basically allows head-to-head fishing to be a thing.
Absolutely. It's a community, you know, and you know, we love fishing. We're passionate about fishing and all kinds. So absolutely community coming together here.
I love these pictures here. So I just got a picture from Megan, Brian's wife, and they're traveling right now. And to be safe, Brian is in the co-pilot's chair with his tablet up watching head-to-head. Always watching.
I tell you, Brian is a guy that is filled with passion. When you talk about passion, that is a guy filled with passion. How long is the Real Shot? When did the Real Shot open? I mean, that it has got to be 10 years? Around that mark?
Yeah, excuse me. I'm choking on yeah, this is our 10th year in business.
10th year.
Yep.
And you know, when you look at where it started to where it's gone, how it's grown, what it's doing now, I mean, the Real Shot seems so fresh and new because of all of the great things you guys are doing. But I mean, you guys been around a while. You got some great people, great staff. You cover the outdoors.
Yeah, the the store. Again, I apologize for the frog in my throat. The store has made leaps and bounds. I've been here. I'm going on my 7th year working for the Real Shot. Brian and I made contact at a trade show with Mark, and I love working here. It's a phenomenal place. Obviously, I get word of this guy, get to sit down and, like you said, be a part of the outdoors.
Right.
We have firearms, archery. The fishing selection is huge. So.
Yeah, I know in the last couple of years, both my dad, he bought a crossbow from here. I bought my bow from here hunting.
Nice.
And, you know, we come here and, you know, one of the things that's going to be exciting is the salmon head to head.
Yes.
And you guys carry the gauntlet when it comes to that fishing. And really that kind of blew up, within the last year or so, that you really opened that up.
We've always carried a fair assortment of the big lakes tackle on the walleye and salmon trout style, but when we merged with Anglers Avenue, where Russell, was from originally, that's what put us on the map. Russell has all the knowledge in the world on that kind of stuff, and he'll tell you he doesn't, but he does. And he that partnership with him and the Reel Shot really allowed that to explode. The number of things that we carry, the custom things that we carry, the knowledge now that we have in that platform is absolutely astonishing. And like you see here from Vogel, he's like, I'm excited for the head-to-head salmon events. That's going to be interesting to me how they really play out with the cameras, the big water like that, the fishing. The rules are now posted up there on the page. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Look at that little technique there with
that is pretty slick.
Okay.
With clipping those plastics.
Magnetic clips.
And what would that one be called?
What's that?
What's that bait called?
Yeah, so I'm just...
Havoc Pit Boss.
Okay.
Just with a VMC flipping hook and 3/16 weave.
So we just kind of heard what Travis is. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
yeah.
We
sometimes I forget when people start talking.
But it sounds he's throwing a Berkeley Pit Boss on a VMC flipping hook in 3 ounce. I'm guessing it's a tungsten weight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just huge compliments to the Reel Shot. So much value gets added by them to the outdoor community. Just phenomenal job.
Good to go?
Here's the Berkeley Pit Boss. This is what that plastic looks like that Travis is throwing. You're looking at Travis now throwing that. Oh, did you see his rod load up?
Yes.
That's a giant if it's a bass. It's a giant.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Come on, Travis.
Get that.
That's a big one. Real big one.
Oh, my God. Look at that. Oh. Oh.
It's a bass.
Look at that thing.
That's a giant. Look at that one.
Use that one right there.
Yeah.
Look at that sucker.
This is
oh my God.
That one's gonna go 6. My heart's pounding. Just pounding.
We deserve it. $5.11.
5.11.
5.11.
Oh my God.
Giant.
What a fish.
That's
what
a nice
fish.
One. There she goes.
That was a good one.
Giant.
Travis used the right scale this time.
He
to
did.
Put a 5 pound, 11 ounce largie, the biggest large. I'm so stoked right now. I can't even.
Oh my God.
I gotta do this right now. So Ty Cornell, we talked about him a couple times on the chat, wanted me to say this for the longest time, and now I can officially say you saw a donkey. That is a donkey caught right there.
That is a donkey.
I just shared that Berkeley Pit Boss. Snatch it up. Use H2H 10. Take advantage of that thing, and you can catch 5-pounders like Travis does. I love it because did you see? Can we get a replay on that? Because did you see his rod load up?
Yeah. Everything about that was why you love bass fishing.
So his first one, Greg, was a 2-pounder, 2 pounds, 2 ounces, I think it was, or something like that. He accidentally weighed it on the wrong scale. It happens. The panic, the emotion of head-to-head fishing. The fish didn't count, but he made up for it with 5 pounds of 11 ounces of a greenback. That fish was huge. So we're going to go to that replay now. Watch the rod tip load up. Here it is. Oh,
that's a bass. That's
little too sudden.
That's
Hey,
a
back
giant.
up
It's a
second.
bass.
Live backing up here. Here, watch. He's there. Boop! Stick him, Dano.
Big it. That's a giant. If it's a bass, it's a giant. It's a giant.
Get that sucker.
It's a big one.
Get that sucker.
That's a big one. Real big one. Billy hook.
Oh,
That's a big one.
Barely fits in the net.
Awesome. All right, back to the water.
It's amazing how light and agile we all become when you have a 5-pound, 11-ounce donkey on the end of your line.
Dude, I feel like I was with him. I'm shaking right now. Back to Carl and Adam. I love that these guys have their names on the back. It's easy to tell who's who on this event.
It is.
Back to Travis.
When the water's this temp and it's pre-spawn. There's another one.
Oh my God!
Maybe just 2-pounder, but
now it's just a 2-pounder.
pretty close. I don't know if he'll make it, but he's got a belly on it.
I would say his bait
He's getting
selection
bright
is
out too.
paying off.
Yeah. That thing's got to be at least 2.
I don't know. He's short, but he's got a gut. Two one. Ooh, let me stop flopping. Stop flopping.
Uh-oh.
2-1. That's where it's settled.
2-1.
2-1.
2-1.
Now we're cooking.
Hashtag tiptoe
Now
and
we're
bucker.
getting somewhere.
Dennis wants to know, do you find dock fishing more productive on sunny days?
I am the wrong guy to ask about that. I am by no means a dock expert. I love the offshore fishing.
There we go.
Let's let the community answer that one.
There we go.
I know maybe if Jeremiah is still on the chat, Ron Twarski, maybe if he's on.
Yeah, I think the higher the sun is, the more protective. You know, they're ambush feeders. They're going to slide up. And the thing is, too, is they'll slide way back underneath those docks.
You know, it's kind of funny because largemouth, that has that effect. Smallmouth, love the sun.
Yep.
Smallmouth, when it is sunny, it is just phenomenal smallmouth fishing. So it's interesting how it affects the fish differently.
Yep.
Yeah, typically when I dock fish, I'm spending a lot more time with my professional overruns.
Yeah, there's a technique to it. Brian, yes, Stu did catch a big fish. He caught it on an Alabama rig, and that fish was 4 pounds, 2 ounces. Closed captioning on the feed, Jeremy says, how do I get it off? There should be, depends on where you're watching it, but I think on Facebook there should be like the 3 little dots, and you should be able to click on that. You might have to exit out of the live chat before you do that, and then go back and modify it. I think it's the same on YouTube as well. Last week we had a couple people mentioning they had that.
So we can do a fin fact about Adam. He's the Wisconsin Bass Federation's youth director. So he said that we can give a shout out to the kids, and if you're interested in youth clubs or how to start a high school club, they can contact him. And you can contact him at youth@wisconsinbass.com or go to wisconsinbass.com.
So Derek Hubley, who we've had on TRS Live, is also fishes Wisco bass, says docks always hold fish. The sun positions differently. I agree. We're at a lot of high schools. We got some awesome schools in the area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like more and more there's more support and more schools popping up on that scene.
In the best spot right now, then.
This is there was one guy back here, but a lot of times this dock bite doesn't heat up until midday.
So we got a lot of people in the chat with fast fingers right now.
Another fat guy.
Use those fast fingers to tag a bunch of friends. Put a lot of names in the chat right now. Let's get this view up over 5,000 for today. While it's exciting and fun with an hour 40 left, there's a lot of people chatting right now on the head-to-head
Just I pretty
chat.
much bass fish.
Okay.
Primarily, that's about it now. I used to walleye fish, and I used to muskie fish. Quite a bit of muskie fishing.
Are bass bigger than them?
No, muskies get big. My biggest muskies, 50 inches, right, 40-something pounds.
What?
Lake of the Woods.
And you're pulling that up with a fishing pole?
Yeah. I've got sturgeon up to over 60 inches, so I don't even know how much those weigh.
You've never
70,
had like
80
a
pounds.
pole break before or anything?
Oh, I've broken rods, but not for one pulling so hard, no.
Just from overuse, I guess.
Yeah, me setting the hook too hard on them. I love flipping and pitching around and close quarters, and I broke them because I set the hook so hard.
There's a big one. Stay pinned. Stay pinned. That's a tank. Come on, buddy.
Holy cow.
No. Don't do that. Just come here, I'll release you.
Pleading with the fish.
I'll release you, bud. Oh no. Don't do that. There you go. Yeah!
Whoa.
Finally. Took a long time. It's a good one.
Oh my God, this fish is huge.
Look
Whew.
at that fish.
That took way too long. I didn't even feel that one bite. Here, you want to turn that on for me?
Come on, bitch. Use that finger. Get that scale working.
There you go, bud. Thank you.
It's got to go 4.
4 pounds.
4 pounds, yeah.
4
What a
pounds.
stud. The
There.
donkeys
There
are
we go.
coming out.
They are
Awesome.
biting. So you're going to notice Mitch.
Now you can go back by your buddies.
Yeah, I agree. He's probably shaking. Mitch has got to get that fish entered into the
go.
weigh live. You'll see it populate on the board or the bottom of the scoreboard there where Omega Custom Tackle
One more
is
like
sitting,
that.
one of our awesome sponsors.
Seal it.
caught that thing.
Must have, yeah. I wonder.
Oh, finally. I knew they were here. Maybe with that sun. That sun's kind of trying to poke through the clouds. Maybe that'll help. Let's go. Let's get another one.
Ooh, hang me on that one. Come on.
Yeah, if that sun is able to come out, that could change a lot of things.
Yep.
A lot of things coming into the last hour and a half of this event.
One.
Pretty cool backdrop there with the Packers and the American flag whipping in the wind.
That wind looks like it's definitely picking up, doesn't it?
Yep.
Carl showing off them dock fishing abilities, skipping that right under there.
Is that a little rock bass?
Yeah, a little rock bass.
A lot of people are watching from Winnipeg in Canada today. That's pretty awesome. I said this before and I'll say it again today. It looks like with the chat the way it is today, we may have to like fire all our camera officials and just let the chat run the officials. I tell you, you guys don't miss much out there, and you'd think the camera officials would make those calls that you think maybe you're seeing, maybe you're not seeing.
No.
But those officials know what's going on. You gotta remember, there's a lot of pressure on both the camera officials and the anglers today. These guys are trying to move forward. They're trying to go for $5,000. So let's play it cool in the chat. You know, accidents happen. You know, think about it this way, right, Andy? How much do those NFL referees get paid to do an event? We're talking a lot of money, right?
They get paid well.
Do they make mistakes?
You know, from time to time, I've seen a few.
Yep. Can you imagine if the NFL had a live chat?
Oh, my God.
It would be crazy.
Yeah.
So, well, on the head-to-head budget, these guys get paid nice. They're not making NFL officials money.
Right.
Mistakes will happen. If you would like to be a camera official, please send us a message to H2H Fishing Facebook page, and you can tell us how easy this job can be at times.
I have a feeling Carl does a lot of dock fishing. He looks pretty fluent around there.
Justin Anders said, I don't want to be a camera official. I get yelled at enough at home.
Boy, talk about a tight matchup, Stu and Steve, huh? 8 ounces separating those two.
Yeah, I agree. Geneva was a great lake for a choice. There's a lot of variety in this lake. We even said we saw walleye caught today.
Yep.
Saw some rock bass being caught.
Yep. Largemouth, smallmouth.
Yeah, I think these guys kind of have the fish somewhat pegged, or they feel like they got them dialed in. Not a whole lot of movement. Earlier, like you said, about an hour ago, there was quite a bit of movement.
I can feel myself getting warmer.
Yep. Nice.
I wish it was like this morning.
Yeah.
Ron, if you're interested, just send us a message to H2H Fishing. If you have already, I probably have you listed on our alternates list. You know, like now with let's just be honest here, with COVID, people are heading back to work, and you know, a lot of these camera officials that we have are either retired or were displaced from their jobs for the meantime.
Boy,
so
I can't buy a bite today.
you know, with people going back to work, we have to replace camera officials. So, you know, the staff we had was a solid staff. They've been with us for a number of weeks. Now, with some of them having to go back to report to their jobs, we have to find alternates, and we take you off that alternate list, interview you, talk to you, you know, and get you on the bodies of water. So
Look, Mike Mann has joined us.
yeah, he's been chatting quite a bit. Yeah, and Mike Mann could probably tell you. And, you know, RJ was on here, Kelly Jackson.
Yeah.
You know, those are the guys that maybe we should be talking about, is how good of a job these camera officials do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not interfering with fishing first and foremost. Is there, you know, besides getting the stream to you so you can watch this while you are at home or whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, they're trying to stay out of the angler's way. There's a lot of action. Maybe it's not as fast as an NFL football game, but for a body of water, there's a lot of things going on, especially when fish are being caught.
Right. Well, they're wearing a lot of hats at the same time.
Yes.
And you know, it's repetition makes things better, right? And like you just said, with everything that's happened, there's a lot of new people in there. So the best is being done.
Have you ever seen how they deliver mail on Geneva? No, I'm kind of interested now that you say that.
I've only been to Lake
I
Michigan
wonder what happened
once.
to the other guys. They couldn't travel or something? Or? Is it a nice lake?
Yeah. We just went for a weekend, and my girlfriend Jill, she caught a pretty big brown. It was probably 12 pounds, brown trout. That was my extent of Lake Michigan. I haven't been back since.
Are like the fish pretty much the same size as they are around here, or?
No, they're bigger. They're different.
I go to, they open back up and they're on the news, you know. It's like, ooh, they're just all over each other. Very surprising.
Just like we see during kind of the walleye events, on the bass events, we're seeing a lot more techniques being used today. You know, we've seen some dock fishing with jigs and plastics. You know, now we're seeing some guys out throwing some over the open water,
right,
away from shore, fishing structure out there, offshore techniques, slow rolling swim baits. We see a lot of the Alabama rig. We saw some jerk bait fishing for
Carolina rig.
Carolina rigging.
Yep. We saw the Nico rig.
Yep.
You know, you can always kind of tell how a guy is doing when you look at the deck and you see, like Joe, he's got a lot of rods scattered across his deck. You know, he's searching, he's looking. And then you look at Mitch. He has fewer rods. He's a little bit more dialed into what he feels is going to move him on to the next.
Jason, this is you're watching Head-to-Head Fishing. It's the original head-to-head. We started this in 2019 with 2 separate bass events over the course of 2 different weekends. Mitch Van Aert, who you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen, was one of the former head-to-head anglers that fished it last year. Got himself as a runner-up. But we fish walleye, bass, and also we're doing a salmon event. We had plans of trying to go to 2 different states this year, well, one other one including Wisconsin, Minnesota. COVID kind of put a kibosh on that. So really simply, it's catch and release format. So what you're seeing on the bottom there with the realshot.com right now is the sponsor on that. We call that the Way Live scoreboard. So all the anglers have their cell phones with them, and the only reason they can use their cell phones is to enter a fish into the Way Live scoreboard. It's called the Way Live. We're looking for, in this event, the Southeast Smackdown. This is a bass event. So they're looking to catch larger smallmouth bass that are all 2 pounds or bigger on the minimum. They enter that fish in. They weigh it on a, first of all, they weigh it on a Rapala high contrast
I just seen them
scale.
jump over here.
Yeah?
Yep.
And then they weigh it they enter it into the Way Live. If it qualifies, and then it populates on the screen. Then you can kind of see the totals. It's a combination. We've had some big names on both sides of it so far. He asked, is it a pros versus Joes or a pros, you know? It's a combination. There's a lot of variety here that we get signed up for head-to-head. We have some guides. We have some weekend warriors.
Yeah.
We have some professionals that have fished these events.
Yeah.
So it's basically, Jason, Jason's just tuned in, and there's probably a lot of other people, since you guys are doing a great job of sharing this with everybody today to try to get that viewership up, is we list the events on H2Hfishing.com. Anybody can fish, so there's events that are open. It's first come, first serve. So entry fee is $500. You pay that money, you get entered in on the event. You can kind of pick and choose. Like right now, if you go to the registration tab, there's, I think only the salmon events are open. Going to it right now. Yeah, actually, there's no events that are open as of right now. Here's the link. But we potentially may be adding more events to this season. We got quite a few coming up for bass and walleye both, and then the salmon events. As we watch Travis retying. I don't think that it was an Omega. What kind of jig do you think that was?
I am not sure. Let's have the chat fire that one off. What kind of swim jig was that? Swim jig is a very popular technique.
Yep.
Catches a lot of bass.
The other thing too is, see, we have a comment from Ma on here, is that it's commercial free. And one of the reasons we allow it to be commercial free is because you guys support therealshot.com, which is one of our sponsors. By supporting The Real Shot, you support head-to-head fishing. So it's really simple to do. You go to therealshot.com, shop there. We even give you an incentive by giving you H2H10 code, which takes 10% off your order. And then that helps fund and support head-to-head fishing. So we've always stated it, and we'll state it again: as long as orders are being placed through therealshot.com, we'll stay ad-free. As soon as the orders dip below a certain number, we'll add some Real Shot commercials, some other branded commercials as well. But at this time, as long as the support is happening to therealshot.com, we'll continue to try to stay as ad-free for as long as we potentially can.
Looks like the chat's saying it was either a Bravarni jig or a lethal weapon.
4 or 5. I need 2 fish.
Yeah, swim baits are a very versatile bait to use.
There's a beautiful house, huh?
Yeah. It's been for sale for like 8 years.
Really?
I think it's something like 8 million now or 12 million. Something.
So, and we've talked about our sponsors. We have some awesome sponsors coming up, or during this week. You're looking at Meg's Custom Rods on the top right-hand side, and then again, see, it doesn't match up. Then you have the realshot.com on the top of the Wade Live scoreboard there. Yeah, I thought our commercials were just good, or just fine. Sportomotive, Meg's Custom, like we said, a mega custom tackle. As we see Steven's hooked up.
Not bad.
Dinner?
Oh, sounds like we might have a walleye.
Freaking choked it.
Nice walleye.
That's another dandy walleye.
Penalty that time.
Says the dumb camera guy.
Looks like Jason is doing some heavy retying.
Can't be too many people ahead of you right now.
I don't know. Like I said, I can only see one guy. I only need to beat one guy, and he's got a 2 pound
So
4 ounce.
you and this other guy are like in the lead right now?
No, it's me and him. It's like a bracket style. So it's me and him.
So you beat him, you win your bracket.
Correct, and then I move on to the next round.
Oh.
So he caught one fish this morning for 2 pounds 4 ounces.
Yeah, it looks like Jason is just putting a new leader on his stuff.
Oh, so you already beat him then right now?
Right now I'm in the league. Doesn't mean anything.
Watching Carl and Adam. Looks like they're both targeting docks.
£7 ahead. If I pull off 1 or 2 more here.
Right? Pull up 1 or more too. We're good.
Yeah.
Here's one.
Oh, we got
Hello,
Travis
guy.
hooked up.
Woo, almost touched.
Ooh, that was close.
No way, I don't think he'll do anything.
Okay, copy that.
I don't think he'll do anything.
And then hook it with your finger on the silver part.
Yep, yep. Mm-mm. Not even close. 1-6.
1-6.
Tiny little guy, just had a stomach.
Just a tiny guy.
It's fine. On the swim jig.
What's that? No, I just have it on the north heading. So like if I want to do something, I could just set it and
Jesse says the bite is good on Whitewater right now. Be anxious to get there a little bit later this week.
Ah.
Came up to the surface and went.
Did he shake it?
Yeah. He's like a foot under the water, I saw. Takes a toll on a man's heart.
I'm sure it does.
That sucks.
No, Jason, that's totally fine. This format is all about questions. We love the questions on here, whether we can answer them in studio or we'll let the chat does a great job of answering some questions. So, no, we're glad that you're interested in a head-to-head. And if we have any more questions, you can go to h2hfishing.com, find them out there. Continue to ask questions in the chat. We'll enter them, or you can also private message head-to-head fishing on Facebook, and we can chat it up that way too. Whatever works best for you. So there could be more events coming up in the bass world if that's what you're interested in for the season.
No, I seen one on the main lake, that's about it. So I seen one out in the main lake, that's about it. Water's warm back here though. Yeah. Oh, okay. Just plugging away.
So a Sturgeon Bay bass event is a slim possibility, I'll say that, and the biggest reason is because of the cell coverage. And what we mean by when we say cell coverage is we're not talking if you can make a cell phone call. These cameras that are in these boats are working off of upload speeds, the data. So if the cell connection, which a lot of those areas are not very good for this, we want to go there so bad. We think it would be phenomenal. Some big smallmouth caught up there, but it's just the upload speed and the cellular is the hardest part.
Yeah, one of the things you would hate to do is go up there and have to limit the area that you can fish because of, some areas have better coverage than others.
The Alexa, I could wake up Jason's Alexa, but I'm not going to do that today. Got to whisper that one. Don't forget, Head-to-Head Fishing is having an amazing sticker contest. It's really, really simple to do. Just get yourself a head-to-head sticker. I'll share a link here. You get yourself entered in. Take creativity to the next level, taking some awesome, amazing pictures. And you're going to get your name in the running to get put to a bracket of 64, where then we'll pick one. Well, actually, we let the public pick one winner who's going to win a $1,000 gift card to therealshot.com. So here's that sticker information. It's all fun. Easy to do. Remember, if you're going to shop with therealshot.com, use H2H10. Saves you 10% off the website.
Pretty common now. You know, a lot of them just have.
You know what's exciting about approaching the last hour?
Most bass boats, newer boats have that offset in them.
I guess you have both hands on the steering wheel. Kind of
Yeah, it's super nice to have. Yeah, that's a good point too. Have full control over the boat.
No, I agree. Great point. We don't have to go dinking today.
No dinking.
No coin flips either. So here's that. So somebody way back when we were watching Travis hook that 5-pounder was asking on the color. I didn't get a good look at a color of that Pit Boss. But I'm looking at them here on therealshot.com. There's some awesome looking colors out there. Is that something you fish? You fish the Pit Boss? You got these in your arsenal?
I have ones that are similar to that. I don't have Pit Boss exactly, but very similar style baits to that. Good colors to use. You know, you can't go wrong with a green pumpkin.
Right.
It just seems like a versatile. And then you look at largemouth, black and blue is always that staple. And then just variations of that depending.
Watermelon, that's always
watermelon.
Good.
And then whether it has like the red fleck or the copper fleck, it's kind of comes down to personal preference.
Look at this one here. I like this green pumpkin purple fleck. That's a nice looking color.
I don't know, maybe a lot of people overlook skipping docks and fishing little areas, but
I mean, I know I'm not a fisherman, but I would have never thought of this. I would have been out there in the middle of nowhere.
not catching crap. At least me anyways. I can't speak for everyone, but me, yeah.
What size hook do you normally use for that?
It depends on the style or the size of the bait. So that was a 4-inch bait, so maybe a 4-aught hook you would use with that. But it really depends on the style. And then also too, there's like the straight worm hook, or there's the wide gap offset hooks. Typically with that style of bait, you're going to use the wide gap offset hooks. But it depends on the length of the bait.
Getting a good look at Joe here. Dragon.
Yep. He's working something nice and slow along the bottom. Oh! Well, he shifted his entire body to hook that. Rock bass. Pound for pound, rock bass are some of the toughest fish. It's like when you get them, you swear that they're going to be 3 times the size that they are
today.
They're aggressive too. That's a big time hook set. It's got that AFCO ring gear on. A Hydra knot, it looks like. Adam's kind of in the front of the boat, stretching a little bit. This event started at 8 o'clock Central Time. It runs 8 to 1 the rest of the week as well. Got a little bit of a lull time here. What did everybody do over the weekend? Anybody go out there and catch some fish themselves?
You keep looking at the clock and you want it to go slower. You want time to just slow it down, slow it down. In my position, not knowing how many fish I can catch up in here, I want time to speed up. I want to go faster now. And that's just the format that I was so intrigued by, and I want time to go faster now.
Right. Yeah, because at first it kicks off like how many fish can I get, and now
how many fish, and now I know where I'm sitting. I know it's tough on the other guy just like me, and I need 1 or 2 more bites.
That's the beauty of the sport.
I know it is, and it's
Yeah, Jason, trying to catch up with some comments. Obviously, when the anglers are talking, Andy and I do our best not to talk over them. But we definitely want to bring head-to-head. That was a beautiful skip by Carl, by the way. We want to bring head-to-head to different lakes in different states. This year, obviously, everybody knows with COVID, we try to keep it as local as we possibly can. Keep everybody social distance. We're still practicing that while we the best we can again. Team events are a possibility. We were thinking of that again, but due to social distancing this season, that's not a reality. So the rest of the season, you're going to see singles events on the bass and walleye side. The salmon events are team events.
We're gonna make a move after this kid.
For those of you, again, who are new to joining the head-to-head fishing this week, this is Monday, so we'll fish tomorrow, Tuesday, back here on Geneva. Then we'll go to Delevan for a couple days, or for a day, I think it is, for Delevan for a day. Then we go to Whitewater, and then on Championship Friday, is a mysterious lake, meaning it's one of the 3 lakes, but it's up to tournament director to make that announcement. He'll make that announcement on Thursday. And as far as will there be all the Minnesota events for this season have been canceled. The other thing too is there's probably not an event out there that we haven't thought about doing. We appreciate everybody saying, hey, what about this, what about that? We've thought of pretty much everything, but we're open to more ideas. So we've talked about obviously the salmon stuff we're doing. We've talked about bow fishing. We've talked about pan fishing. We talked about, like Andy was saying this morning, we've talked about team events, meaning like multi-species events. We talked about sheephead. Just so many things that we have talked about as doing that would definitely work for this format. We've talked about muskie. It would have been a big weight event. Ice fishing, yes, Gary. Ice fishing is definitely one, and Brian had actually got the chance to sit down and talk about that one. And why ice fishing is tough is just because, first of all, it's winter. Second of all, it's more of the transportation. This works really well because we can get into boats with the anglers, and we don't have to transport the camera officials around, where how would we do that ice fishing? Now let's say Sportomotive, who is one of our sponsors, says, hey, we want to go big to sponsoring head-to-head. We'll sponsor 8 snowmobiles. Well, great. Then it'll make our job a lot easier for transporting, but transportation and the tough weather on the equipment would be... There's Doc Dinger United from Carl. Welcome to the group. Yes, let them fish know we're coming, right? So with the way this Geneva is setting up today, these guys are kind of all over the board, right? We see some guys like Mitch kind of targeting more specifically the smallmouth.
Blue skies.
Come on, baby. I didn't think.
Ooh, I saw a big flash. There you go. That's gonna weigh.
That'll score. Oh, and the hook just comes right out, doesn't it? Oh, you better score. Zeros. Yep. Really?
Turn off.
Yeah. Zeros.
Oh, wait. All right.
It's amazing to me that we're under an hour already.
You like it? $2.4.
You were good, right? 2.5, didn't you? Oh.
That's hard to go swimming. You never know it's going to get better.
And smallmouth making their way to the shore, and you know it's difficult to say if he's trying to target one versus the other, or it's just he's along one of those routes.
Saw a bunch more on the screen.
Now's the time to try to get us over that 5,000 mark. Zach's been kind of messaging me and talking to me over the course, and I think we're hitting some high, really good, respectable numbers. But I don't know if we've quite got over 5,000 to, or close to that 5,000 mark to give away one trip. But we got an hour left. We got 57 minutes left to try to get that entry. So what I'm talking about is we put it out there around 9:15 this morning, saying we're going to give one lucky person a chance to hop in a boat with tournament director Kyle Carpenter if we can get at one point the view to crush over 5,000 viewers at one time. I'm looking at it right now. There's YouTube, there's 360, Facebook, there's probably around 1,000. So we're getting there. We're over that 1,000 mark, and we're crushing, getting close to that 2,000. But now's the time. So how you can get it there is by sharing it. I know a lot of people said they've shared it with friends, families, angler groups. We appreciate it all over the United States. Let them know. Let's let that. Let's get that out there. Let's have one person go fishing with Kyle. Otherwise, it's gonna have to be you and I, Andy. And I wouldn't feel right about that.
I might.
You would. You would. I'd rather have Kyle take out a lucky contestant. But you know what? If I gotta bite the bullet and you and I gotta go out there with Kyle Carpenter, all right, fine.
Yeah. I'll bring the sandwiches.
You bring the Sammies. I'll bring the garage beers afterwards.
There we go.
Also, let's kind of recap our amazing sponsors of the Southeast Smackdown. We got flashing on the top right is Omega Custom Tackle. Brad and Michelle do a phenomenal job over here. We got Meg's Custom Rods. Got a big order placed with them. They should be hitting the reel shot soon, but in the meantime, you can go ahead and check them out. Their link is right here. Dropping that in the old chat. If you're not seeing the chat, log out, log back in, change your comment selection, then you should be able to see these.
Is he hooked up? Is Jason hooked up? So there's a good shot. So he's throwing a perch jerkbait. That fish he caught is not a whole lot bigger than that jerkbait he's throwing.
Now you had talked to me earlier before we went live. I was gonna say, is that a Strike King?
It looks like a Strike King.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like a Strike King.
Yeah, there was some walleye caught. Daryl, we'll see if we can get kind of what their boats are. A lot of people are interested what these anglers are fishing out of. I don't know how your identification is of boats, Andy, but
fair.
Yes, Randy. Discount today is the same as it always is during a head-to-head event, which is really easy. It's H2H 10. It's one of those simple ones. If you don't use it, you lose it. Jason, they are on Lake Geneva.
So Mitch, he's in a Phoenix. Kind of was able to cheat with that one, which works.
Good call.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I was wrapping up our sponsors. So I shared the link to Megs. Great job to Megs. Motor Sock. You get your grill, your boat over the... No, David, I didn't. I still haven't pulled the trigger on the grill right now. It's our conversation. Usually around the noon time, Russell and I start talking food. You and I can do that too this week, Andy, but there's so much action this week. Russell updated. He got a Traeger. So
I've been hearing a lot about Traegers.
Yep. As much as I'm a huge fan of Traeger, they do a great job on their social media. A lot of big names in the outdoor industry are Traeger fans. But part of me is like, as much as I know they're a good grill and I know their capabilities, I kind of want to go somewhere different. Been really looking into some other options. Oh yeah, John, don't even get the prime rib pizza started yet. I'm not gonna see Russell for another 5 days, 7 days. Let's not talk about that pizza.
So you gotta fill me in. With the prime rib pizza, give me the backstory on that.
So Russell and his family, oh look at that rod tip, own it. Obviously we talked about it, Anglers Avenue, which is now TRS Sheboygan, the pro shop of it all. But they also have a restaurant which is attached to the pro shop, and it's Anglers Avenue Pub and Grill.
Okay.
So his wife Rachel, who comments all the time, hello Rachel if you're watching, runs the kitchen over at Anglers Avenue Pub and Grill. And we got talking about it one day, and I don't know if Russell mentioned it or if somebody in the chat mentioned it, but we were talking pizza, and Russell said, oh, we have the prime rib pizza. And I'm like, what? This is news to me. What the heck? And so we got talking about it. You're seeing it right now. The chat is just blowing up how awesome this pizza supposedly is. And so Russell was supposed to bring us one in, but he's like, well, how are you going to make it here? We're like, dude, just bring it in cold. We'll eat it cold, right? We don't care. Like, we just want to test this. And then everybody in the chat is like, oh, it's so good. You got to have it hot or cold. It doesn't matter. So he was supposed to bring it on Friday. Did not bring it on Friday. and now we have to wait.
So, any chance for Uber Eats?
Man, I don't know. I'm about ready to drive there myself and just try this. I should stimulate the economy, right?
That's right.
So yeah, everybody's been saying that Pit Boss. That's a good one. What is the one that Brian has? The Green Mountain is one I've been really intrigued with. I've been seeing a new one now. The Z, I think it's the Z Grill or Z Grill, something like that. There's the Camp Chef. There's everybody's talking about that one.
Was there the other one, the Big Green Egg?
Yeah, the Big Green Egg. That's, yup. I'm looking more, if I'm gonna go, I'm looking more for that pellet grill, one where I can grill, smoke all on it at one time.
So let's start another conversation. Gas grill, charcoal, pellet. Where are the preferences?
Yeah, that's a good call. I still think, now again, I haven't really had anything off a pellet grill yet, but I think that there's nothing beats charcoal on certain meats. Now I have a smoker. I have a Bradley smoker which I use and I love. Here, John saying a pellet charcoal. That's a good brand. Is that because John? Is that a what's that popular grill name? I can't remember. I think my buddy has one that's like that. Weber.
Weber.
Yeah, is it Weber? I think makes pellet charcoal. Gas does stay lit. Oh, so does electric go out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I also am a fan of charcoal. I don't have the patience
for grilling.
I have a gas grill, and I'm not sure I have the patience.
Steven's putting a little one in the boat. Yeah, wood is tough to beat. And by wood, Jason, do you mean that like pellet? I mean, I know pellet is compacted sawdust basically. Nothing beats a microwave. Are you talking for this tournament, Chris? Or any of the head-to-head events? You can find all the information for any of the head-to-head events by just going to H2H in the registration tab, or I'll tell you what, I'll do you one better. I'll share it here, yeah. YouTube, you're going to see it right now. This is all the head-to-head events. Pretty much everything's full at this point, but I'm sure when Brian gets back from his, wherever he is, he's probably going to have another event idea, which is a great thing. We pick on him for it, but it's a great thing that he's an event or a futuristic guy. He's way ahead of everybody else. So registration page right here. Yeah, no, this event is full. The 16 anglers that are signed up for this event are the ones that'll be fishing it. And then the same thing here, since you're going right to the head-to-head website, you can also look at the bracket for who's fishing this entire week. We can kind of go over that. Right now you're looking at, the day one Monday bracket. And on day two, we talked about it earlier, there's John versus Matt, Josh versus Mike, Gary versus Gregory, and then Tyler versus Douglas. And their last names, John DeMay. Matt, you want to tackle that last name?
No. I might have to tip the swear jar if I try that one.
Yeah. So yeah, you can find that all. Let's see. I don't kind of want to, but I.
Okay. Bichanich.
That's a good guess.
Bichanich. Bichanich. There's a lot of CHs in that one.
Steven's dealing with the fish here.
Nice fish.
It's going to be close.
I don't think he's skinny.
You don't think he's gonna make it?
We'll check him.
I got faith. I think he will. scales right there, Steve.
Long and skinny.
Do I got it turned on or just hit?
Zeros.
Yep, got it.
Oh. He's not going to weigh that one again. Fixing his rain cover there. Be on itch. Yeah, you nailed it.
How about that? I can't believe I got that right.
Mike is saying it's be on itch. So Matt be on itch. Josh Credio, Mike Gable, Gary Shield. I can't talk today.
Shield. Yep.
Gregory Walden, Tyler Zimmerman, and Douglas Becker. Did you ever wake up and wonder, why did I get up today?
Yeah, I have that feeling a lot.
Rich says, who has the thicker Wisconsin accent, bass anglers or walleye? Yeah, they're both about the same. I would actually probably say the walleye guys.
I was going to go walleye as well.
Oh, this is fun.
There's definitely more southern accents in bass fishing.
Yes. Yes.
And I think that's because of all the bass shows that we watch. We just kind of adopt that southern accent.
So we kid around here at the head-to-head in the Real Shot. My alter ego for bass fishing is Travis Slammin' Bass is my alter ego. I get all southern and pretend like I know what I'm talking about. That's how Kyle, the tournament director, got his nickname of Lyle Carp Stomper. You know, that's his alter ego. I don't know if he's quite adopted it yet. Yeah. So let's hear why some of you guys want team events so bad. Yeah, Brian's asking a question. And then Lance, who is head of our internet, our website, e-commerce division, is Patrick Younder. Because the new term is, you know, it's not a 5-pounder, it's a 5-younder.
Younder. What does Ty have?
Ty doesn't have one. Ty, so we had talked about the dock dingers. Ty, Lance, and I are the original founders of Dock Dingers United. That spawned on a day of fishing Shawano Lake, and I think Lance and I told pretty much every bass on that lake that we were coming. More me than Lance at times. But so we said, man, we should form a group. So we kind of did.
Come on, 40 minutes left. This matchup between Mitch and Joe
Yeah,
get pretty exciting.
Let's recap some of our battles for today. So like you said, Mitch and Joe, there's a separation of 2 pounds 1 ounces. Mitch has 8 pounds flat, and like you're seeing on the board. Joe has 5 pounds 15 ounces. So that one's still any man's game on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Then if we talk about Carl and Adam, who we've been seeing quite a few times on the screen today, Adam's up with 1 bass so far for 3 pounds 5 ounces. And by no means is that he could definitely catch 1 bass, Carl could, and put himself ahead in that matchup. Realistically, from what we're seeing, it's probably more 2 fish away from catching that lead, but we've seen some big fish caught. Then we go down to an 8-ounce battle. Stu and Steven is 8 ounces only. Steven's sitting at 8 pounds 8 ounces. That's with 3 bass. Where Stu has, and here you're looking at it right here, 2 bass in a boat. 4 pounds 2 ounces his largest, and that's crazy because both Steven and Stu, their biggest bass of the day is both 4 pounds
4 pounds 2 ounces.
Yep. So, and Steve's down or up or at 8 pounds flat. As we watch Steven deal with the fish right now.
It's like a smaller fish.
Not a 2-pounder?
No. Okay. He thinks he's 2 pounds.
They got quite an attitude sometimes, don't they?
Yeah. It's alright, we're catching fish.
What do they say about
Yeah, it
boxers?
looks like he's slow
Pound for
rolling a
pound,
small
the best
swim bait.
boxer in the world or something like that.
And then the last battle right here you're looking at between Travis and Jason. Travis is up 5 pounds 8 ounces. Pretty much one fish, that put him up there.
Mhm.
His biggest fish of the day and the biggest one of any head-to-head bass event so far this season is 5 pounds 11 ounces. That fish was a giant. Caught that on a Berkeley Pit Boss. We had shared that link earlier. He had just had it. Was he not Carolina? He was just flipping it, right?
Right, just flipping it, Texas rig.
So he's up 7 pounds 12 ounces versus Jason. Jason's at 2 pounds 4 ounces.
So if you look here, there's a big T pier that comes out.
There's
so
a
you
good
know
shot.
that there's a pile of
Where Adam is.
pier cribs up there that they haven't even got the piers in the water yet. So out in front of us, here, there's pier cribs all out in here that aren't even, because the piers aren't even in yet. I mean, and other than gravel bars and stuff like that, that's a lot of the other structure on this lake is pier cribs.
So like they put in their own.
There we go, Adam just hooked up.
I don't know what I got. I think it's a Walter. Nope, it's a little smallmouth. That isn't gonna go 2 pounds. Pretty little fish. That's a good sign. We're in the right neighborhood.
Nolan, we may allow high school anglers to participate, but as of right now, you have to be at least 18 to be in a head-to-head event.
Oh, I need another one.
Just because it's a singles event as of right now.
Another one yet? Yeah.
If we open it up to team events, then we're probably going to allow that.
1 pound 2 ounces. So if he catches one more.
That must have been a nice one.
Oh, it was like a 2 pounder.
You had 8.
214. I need it.
During these little lull times here of head-to-head fishing, I like to hop on Sportamotive's page and shop their used selection. See if anything good came in over the weekend.
No, nothing that they got up yet.
There he goes. You could see him positioning.
This looks like a good one.
He could be. Oh.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Look at that. Nice large.
Just remember, he's only 2 pounds 1 ounces away from at least tying the event.
I think with this one it might put him to the lead.
It's not working. There it goes. Zeros.
Now remember, when they show zeros, they only have to show the official.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. This got a battery going bad here. Zeros. It's got 30. Okay. Let me double click. Okay.
So we're watching
Zeros?
this struggle. This is a replay of a fish he caught. So he's actually up now by 7 ounces.
Wow.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8. Come on.
I can't imagine what that feels like being in his spot right now. You got a fish that you want to weigh. You're dealing with that. You're getting through it, and you just want to get that line back in the water.
Well, think about how Mitch is going to feel in a couple of minutes when he finds out how he's down.
Right.
People are asking him. So a lot of people are asking about tiebreakers. I'm sharing the links right now to both Facebook and YouTube on the tiebreakers. Go ahead and read those over.
Make one more cast and we'll go.
Okay.
Now's the time. I mean, seriously, 30 minutes, roughly 30 minutes left. You got to share this. This is going to get good here. We got how many battles are within a pound? Well, we looked at Joe and Mitch. That's 7 ounces of difference. We got Stu and Steven. 8 ounces of separation. Pike.
They have got to be some of the slimiest fish to deal with.
At this time, no, Renee, there is not. I can update you again on what everybody has. So Adam's at 3 pounds 5 ounces over Carl. Again, from what we've been seeing, that's pretty much 1 fish away. Then we look at the battle between Mitch and Joe. Joe is up now by 7 ounces. That's on the main screen right now. Then we have the battle between Steven and Stu. That's an 8-ounce separation, so that's 8 pounds 8 ounces for Steven, and Stu has 8 pounds flat. Travis and Jason, who we just saw Jason release that northern pike. Travis is up 5 pounds 8 ounces with 7 pounds 12 ounces total, and Jason's at 2 pounds 4 ounces.
Ooh, it's getting exciting.
Yeah, you're up by 7 ounces.
Up by a 7. All right.
I think that last fish got Joe's blood flowing.
Yeah, you could definitely feel the excitement. So like we talked about, I don't know if we're going to quite hit the numbers of over 5,000 today. We still had some awesome numbers, but you know, half an hour is plenty of time. You go ahead and share it. This is when it gets exciting, especially in the bass world.
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot of, there we go. We got a battle between Jason and right species. Don't think it's gonna weigh though.
Zeros. Zeros.
Looks like it's just under 114, I think they said it was.
This is a good one. This is a real good one. It might be a really good pier crib or something. Oh no, it's that rope. Oh. Dang it. Blue cable. My buddy told me about this thing over here.
Gosh.
Normally I would pull that out probably, but we don't have time for that. Wow.
You. With 27 minutes left, when you rear back on something, you.
Bailey, if you're watching, I got that cable you're telling me about.
I think at one time or another we all fought a stick or something, and we're so excited and had our dreams crushed. Oh, Joe just loaded up.
That's what I'm talking about. I thought you went slack.
That's another good fish.
Oh, I've never been so happy.
He's starting to get some momentum built up now.
Ooh, him. Come on, babe. Zeros. Yep.
2-2. Okay.
Yeah. Is that the new one?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
He's definitely building up a head of steam here.
He is.
We're closing on about 25 minutes left here of the Southeast Smackdown. Joe is putting a smackdown right
Let's go
now.
lights out here right now.
Yeah, you can definitely feel that momentum shift. He's got new life, new energy.
Yep. Chad, it's Anglers Avenue Pub and Grill in Sheboygan. If Russell was here, I could share the link. Let me see if I can find it here. Whew. Yeah, here's the link to it. When you order one for me, Chad.
The mailboat horn. So is that what we heard? And so is that how they get mail on Geneva?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Yep.
What's up?
Is that crazy?
That?
When they last updated, there was still one person at 0.
Oh, really?
Chris Shields says, "What's the weather for the forecast for this week? Is it typical head-to-head weather?" Oh boy, I'm afraid to look that far in advance. You ever get to the point where you just stop looking at the weather because you don't need that much more disappointment in your life? It's kind of where I feel like I'm at. I could even tell you what the forecast is supposed to be like, and it would probably change.
It, from what I saw, it looked like there was a definite warming trend coming.
Yes.
However,
According to this, you would not be wrong.
However, Wisconsin has been known to change 90 degrees in a day.
Yep.
I think the bigger factor is probably the wind.
Yeah, I know the wind just doesn't stop.
That walleye, the last walleye event up on the Fox River there, the bay.
Yeah.
My God, that wind just tore that place up.
It did.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, I agree with Kelly Jackson. Every Wisco event that I filmed last year was absolutely horrible. Jack says we fished Whitewater Lake back in 14. It was 85 and then it snowed later that evening. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
We're in Wisconsin. I'm sure there's other states that have that same kind of stuff, but it just gets disheartening after a while.
Well, last year I fished a Wisco event on Big Green. It was the 3rd week in June.
Yep.
And when we launched in the morning, we had that wind coming out of the northeast.
Yep.
And the wind chills were in the teens.
It was cold. So I started the day with Chris. What's his last name? Grohl, I think is how you kind of pronounce it.
Yeah, from the Elite Series.
Yep. I started the day in his boat. And then I went into whose boat did I get in that day? But anyways, I bounced around 2 or 3 different boats, and it was brutal. I sat in Brian's boat. Oh, funny story about that. Zach may or may not laugh about this. So we're out there. We're filming somebody on he's off the shore fishing, right? Fishing like we're seeing some here, some bass, smallie structure.
Right.
And that day there was what, 2 to 3 footers on the main lake at least.
Yeah, at least.
So I'm on the front of the boat straddling. I'm sitting in a seat and I'm filming, and I'm literally like trying to get as wide of a platform as I can, and the boat's just going up and down and up and down and up and down. Zach radios us and says, "Can you do your best to keep the anglers in focus?" And we're like, "Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll work on it, my man." Joe again.
Look at this. He has got something figured out right now.
Another way above fat.
You don't think so?
Weigh it. Is it me, or does this shirt look pink every once in a while? It's just me.
It might. It has like that.
No way.
To it.
Oh yes, thanks. I was in Greg's Allison. Yes, that was the day I was out there.
Okay, after he weighs it, I gotta ask you a question.
Get big. 113.
Oh.
Can dump it in the water and pull it back out. Man.
Okay, I have to ask you this.
Yeah.
So it was later in the day. In that tournament, I was fishing along the North Shore, and Big Green is by that military base. It's not uncommon to have jets flying over you, right?
Okay.
And I'm sitting there, and I hear this roar, and I'm looking up, and it was an overcast day, right?
Biggin.
Oh, Adam. Hopefully it's not a cable this time.
Oh yeah. Largemouth. But it's 2 pounds, I think. I think it's gonna go 2 pounds.
Oh, baby.
It's gonna be real close. Oh. Zeros.
Go ahead and re-tear, not hanging on to the
Zeros.
David, this could be a dagger sandwich right here.
Ah! 112.
Oh,
man.
Dang it.
Wow.
I thought we had another one.
So he's still only up 3 pounds 5 ounces over Carl. So what are you saying now?
All right, so I hear this roar, and I start looking up, and then I realize that it's not coming from the sky, and I turn around, and I see this orange streak flying. I have never in my life heard a bass boat that sounded that impressive, and it was just indescribable.
Yep.
I don't even know if there was a foot of that boat that was in the water. How fast were you going? It had to have been over 80.
Yeah, he said we were doing, I think, if it was either 83 or 85 miles an hour.
God.
And now as I hear that story, I'm glad we made it safe. And he's a phenomenal driver. That boat rides so smooth, by the way. I've been in, last year I got my chance to be in quite a few bass boats. I started out this season on Wisco for Winnebago with Colin Martin in his boat. And, that kind of broke the seal, you could say, of going 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in a boat.
Yep.
And so, but when I got in that boat, and he told me there we go. Mitch is putting a fish in the boat here potentially.
Wow, he's speed reeling that. I don't think he let
Yeah. Oh no, and a penalty.
Gosh, little squeakers will come up out of those. thing going. Dang it. See, look at that. All 3 hooks in that little one.
Not a time to be in a timeout.
Gosh, dang it.
No. Yeah, I agree, Kelly. The seats in that boat were like cockpits. Like they almost hugged you. And you sat so low in it. Like
Let's
when
get
I
one big
asked
one to come up. They're so dang lazy. There's 20 million minnows that just go right by their face. Frustrating.
Brad, when he was reeling that bass,
Crunch time.
bounced off the side of the boat.
Let's step up.
But anyways, when I asked him, I said, "How fast are we going?" He goes, "I think he said like 83 at the time." I'm like, it felt no different doing 80 miles an hour in that boat than it did in every other boat doing 60.
Wow.
It was such a comfortable ride.
Because when we got back to the weigh-in, I overheard him say that I didn't go full throttle because I didn't want to scare him. And I just had to know how fast you were. Because to me, watching it, it was like I could not believe it.
Yeah.
So, do those Allisons? I mean, they cracked 90.
Yeah, I think I remember Kyle saying. So that was kind of the joke throughout the whole entire season of Wisco last year. Is that was my first time meeting Kyle and Brent, and doing that kind of stuff. And the joke was wait till you get in Greg's boat. Wait till you get in Greg's boat. Well, I was kind of work with Brian and be like, hey man, whatever you do, don't let me get in Greg's boat. Like, I don't think it's a great idea. Well, as I got more comfortable, Adam, dang it. But as I got more comfortable throughout the season, it just happened. So when that day we were driving around Big Green, we saw him, and he was fishing that. What is that bay back there? I can't remember, but there was a lot of guys back in there fishing smallies that day by that little marina.
Oh,
I can't remember the name of that little
Not a
bay
big deal,
back in
but-
there. But there was that real
I'd
little.
like one more big one right now, just because.
Kelly's probably gonna help me out with that.
They did tell us.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, Travis. Oh my God.
I don't know if he'll go. He should go.
I was gonna say that definitely looks like a scoreable fish.
Choked it.
Must have been.
Because there's where we launched.
Yeah, we launched here. I feel like it was right here. So maybe it's just over by the horseshoe bar. Yeah, I think that's right. Yep. Was Dartford Bay? No.
Be close.
Does it have a name? It says by Indian Point. Is that the? There's a little park right over here, I believe, right?
So there's Dartford Bay.
Will you show the camera that
I think
it's
it's
zeros?
right.
That stand out zeros.
The little park, I think, is like right up in that area.
Zero
Oh,
out.
so we were
Zero
back
out.
in here. Okay, yeah. So it was Dartford Bay. Yep.
$2-0 on the money.
Wow.
2-0. On the money.
On the money. There it goes.
So Travis's adds 2 is already commanding lead.
Oh, I needed that fish.
Yeah, but anyway, so long story short, I got in Greg's boat and I got to experience that fast, and he was taking it kind of easy on me, but I mean, he's also in a tournament. He's got to do what he's got to do. So he kind of looked at me and he's like, I got a fish, man. I'm like, I'm already in your boat. Do what you got to do. So another fun fact about that day of riding around with him is he was bummed out, right? He was bummed out when I got in his boat. First, I don't think he was really pounding the fish, but he's like, I lost my favorite Wisco hat. So he had to go with this hat, whatever hat he had on, not his Wisco hat. So we're driving, and I'm standing on the back of his boat, and I look down where Mitch is hooked up again.
getting close.
Woo, let's go! B2. Gonna be close.
It's 2 pounds 7 ounces down with 11 minutes left to go.
This is.
It's gonna be close.
This is
It's a
drama.
fat one. You wanna turn that on for me? Oh, I hope you didn't catch another one. Oh, B2, buddy.
There you go.
Two, 3.
Oh my
2,
God.
3.
Oh, man.
3.
We're down to 4 ounces with 10 minutes left to go.
Oh, that's clutch. I hope he didn't get another one.
Insanity.
Why isn't that working? Oh, he did.
Oh, I think that he just found out that he caught.
Yes,
That Joe
he
caught another
his,
fish.
Yep, his 4th fish.
And so now he's got 4 ounces or 1 legal fish
That's
to go.
That's 2 battles right now, Andy, that are less than a pound. Stu and Steven.
Are they still at 8 ounces?
They're still at 8 ounces, according to the Weigh Live.
10 minutes to go.
Oh. That's the new thing, Jonathan. Let's go. It's always been a thing, but it's the new tagline. YouTube's really popping off right now. That's awesome.
Good grief.
These cribs are tricky business. Oh, there's a giant something in that one. I think it was a walleye.
You know, we have seen a lot of big fish caught at this event.
Yes, and it's only the first day.
Right.
Can you imagine if the weather does cooperate and get nice?
Wrong kind. Muskie.
Oh, our first muskie.
Wrong kind again.
The degree of difficulty goes up trying to get sharp hooks out of razor teeth.
Right. Yeah, he didn't even net it.
Oh, it looked like that muskie just T-boned it.
So again, since we have so many new people on, the way we end every head-to-head event is we go to the water and we talk to the winners. So we're going to have closing interviews from the winners. Oh, there we go, Steven. Back to that.
Good one.
Oh!
His line broke.
We'll hope that was a pike.
You know, one thing about if he's using that fluorocarbon leader, one thing about fluorocarbon, you always
There's a big one. That's a good one. Stay on there. That's a giant one, dude. Don't go in that crate. Come up. Stay pinned. That's it right there. Stay on there. I don't know, B2. B2. I don't think so.
Oh my God, this fish is going to be close.
Oh my God.
you want to try that? Should I weigh him?
Yeah, you weigh him.
He's
That's not
not.
even a question.
Yeah, I'll weigh him real fast. He's not. Gosh, that was a lot bigger than that. Yeah, 110.
Oh, God. Well, he's a round fish, though. That's, you know.
I should have been doing this longer.
Now he's snagged in the carpet. Oh, man.
7 minutes left.
Just takes one fish.
For
One
sure that
cast
was
could
bigger.
give you the difference here. 5 minutes, 40 seconds left. You can hear the excitement in Andy and my voice.
Oh, man. Yeah, so with that fluorocarbon, you really have to pay attention. You get the smallest nick in that, it'll weaken your line. Now, it could have been a pike, it could have been a walleye, it could have been a toothy critter, but that's the one thing with fluorocarbon. You're always checking that line.
There we go. Got a bite again, and it just dropped.
So remember, that fish, when they hook up, if one of these close battles here, any of these battles realistically hooks up, the fish has to be over the gunnel and in the boat before time runs out. So if they hook up with 0 on and they don't have that fish in the boat, that fish does not count. So if Mitch, in this whirlwind of catching fish he's got going on right now, if he hooks when the 30 seconds left and it takes him 29 seconds to get that thing up and over the boat, as long as it's above the gunnel before time runs out, that fish will count. So anyways, I was going to say here with 4 minutes and 35 seconds left, we're going to come back. Oh! The hook sets now, everybody. Share it, share it, share it, share it, share it. Head-to-head event. Join in the excitement. Share it. Subscribe. Like it. All the above. Just do it.
My God, I am just tingling.
We're here all
this.
week. We're fishing Geneva again tomorrow. Then we go to Delevan for a couple of for an event. We're gonna go to Whitewater, and Friday's a surprise. One of those 3 lakes.
I tell you, one of the hardest things probably right now for these guys is to not let the stress of the tournament speed up their presentations.
Yep.
It is so hard. Oh. It is so hard to not accelerate what you're doing with the excitement and the pressure.
Yep. So I'm trying to get it out here, but anyways, we're going to go to the water. We're going to hear from the winners. So we're going to come back to studio. Then we'll go to the water, get these closing interviews. Then we'll come back in studio. Andy and I will kind of recap, and then we're going to sign off. But remember, we start fishing again tomorrow on Geneva at 8 o'clock. It was Travis, I believe, Brad, weighed that fish on the wrong scale. But he made up for it, though, with a 5-pound, 11-ounce largemouth.
The stud of the tournament.
Just a tank fish. So we're closing in on a final. Haha, not final. Final. 2 minutes of the battle here. Here's Travis.
Oh.
That's gonna weigh.
Got another.
That'll work. I don't think this one will go.
Show the camera the zeros.
Yep. I don't think it'll go though.
Zeros. Okay, thank you.
113. I'm gonna
113.
just for sake.
Close.
Zero it out again.
Zero it out.
No, 113.
113. We got 3 minutes.
So 55 seconds remain. You kind of heard his camera official say 3 minutes. Remember, that's a replay. Here's the real deal Holyfield right now.
Well, yeah, 1 minute.
Man, what a battle this was. Oh.
Four-ounce battle here with 20 seconds left. And we got Stu and
My watch
Steven.
just detected a workout.
Still an 8-ounce battle. 10 seconds remain here before lines out. Day one of the Southeast Smackdown. Thanks for watching. This is Head to Head Fishing, the original head-to-head. All right, looks like lines are out.
Ten seconds, come on. Oh, I hope he didn't catch another one.
Mine's up. Tough break, man.
Yep, right there. Put your left foot right on the yellow dax.
You
Perfect.
got this one today. Bullshit.
All right, here we are in the studio here. Day one has wrapped up for head-to-head, the Southeast Smackdown, as you're looking behind us on Geneva, Delevan. Now there's an A in it. You can see that. Let's go back here. Sorry, my bad. Forgot the touchscreen. But anyways, an awesome day of fishing, Andy. What is your thoughts? Your first day in the studio?
Oh, I tell you what, what an awesome experience. It was awesome to be able to sit here and watch this and to go through all those emotions. And I think today's event was fantastic. You know,
I agree.
When you look at the size of the fish that were caught, you look at all the different techniques and how guys were fishing. There was guys fishing docks, guys fishing shallows, guys fishing little choke points, guys out, fishing. But I think by looking at it, it seems like these fish are starting to come in. You know, we didn't see anyone looking at beds. We didn't see anyone, targeting. It looked like more people are covering water and looking at those fish coming in.
So they're all pre-spawn now.
To me, it looks like they're all pre-spawn.
Yep.
And look at the quality of the fish that were
Just
caught
some
today.
Dandies caught some donkeys. We got to say to throw the donkey terminology.
5'11".
That's a huge fish. Plus
How
we
many-
saw
how many fish
4-pound
over
smallies. It was tactics, dude. You know, I like to hit up Russell for this kind of stuff. Now, we know that the 8 that didn't fish today were able to watch this.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's going to play in how they fish tomorrow? Do you think we're going to see a lot of the same tactics going in right away into the day?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of guys that'll probably make some adjustments. The umbrella rig, I think, should definitely be explored.
Yep.
We saw quality fish on jerkbaits.
Yep.
We saw quality fish slow rolling 3-inch swim baits. We saw the what was the 5'11" on again?
It was the Berkeley Pit Boss.
Pit Boss. You know, so you look at it, it's like, yeah, there is a lot of different techniques that are catching big fish.
Yep.
So when you look at it as an angler, you want to go, what are my strengths? What am I good at? And you want to play to your strengths.
That's a great point.
So as you're looking at tomorrow, look at how many different presentations there are that caught big fish for these guys to go out tomorrow.
It was interesting, too, as we saw kind of early on, or middle of the pack, we saw some finesse starting to come out, right?
Yeah.
Early to middle, we saw some finessing. And then as the day kind of continued, the temps warmed up. You know, like you were mentioning earlier, the cloud consistency kind of broke up. We saw a lot more, I'm going to say bigger tactics, heavy tactics. We saw, like you said, jerkbait and flipping. You know, the A-rig came out. So I'm curious to see how these guys start tomorrow. But before we get to the rest of the discussion, let's go back to the water and listen to what the winners have to say.
Camera 2 now.
All right, guys. Today was brutal. I was really anticipating it being a little bit better than it was. I guess 2.5 inches of rain will kind of screw some stuff up a little. But first and foremost, I want to thank my wife and friends and family. Market Realty Group for making this all possible. Bavarni Baits, Fish is Fishing. I think I got Mitch Van Ert coming up next. It's going to be a tough match. Mitch is a good fisherman. I look forward to it. It's going to be hopefully a few more fish. That lake's a little bit warmer than this one is right now. I've actually been catching more there anyways. Yeah, other than that, we'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Camera forward, starting interview.
Boy, today was a grind. I about made every wrong decision to last about 45 minutes. Ended up catching 3 there at the end. I just like to thank family, my wife, Brenna, my son Joseph, my daughter Savannah, and all the friends that are watching it back home. This is pretty cool. You guys do a great job. Yeah. How about it? Good? You like it?
Yep, I'll have my stuff, Kyle. You ready? I gotta let him know. Camber 6 starting interview now.
All right. That was a fun day. Very stressful last couple hours. Glad those couple fish I broke off and lost didn't come to haunt me at the end. And I don't know. Happy to have what I had and looking forward to Delevan. That's all I can think of.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh, never mind.
I think we're good.
Can I keep going?
Sure.
All right.
Go ahead.
I was just going to give a shout out to all my family and friends that watched today. Thanks for watching, and thanks for all the texts and all that crap last night saying good luck. So appreciate it.
The docks today, what made you decide to go around here?
Well, I found a lot of fish out in the main lake. I just couldn't catch them. And last night I was on Google Earth looking, and I found this. Kind of knew this was here, and then I seen there was an inlet, so I figured the water was going to be dirty. So came down here and started pitching around and started catching some fish. I got lucky. I got a 5'11", so yeah, that got me up there. So yeah, there's definitely fish. You just had to pick away, and I mean, they were just hanging on the dock. So
how you feeling after today?
Good, good. I had very low expectations coming into today. Like I was saying earlier, I fished 23 hours or something practicing. I caught 2 fish in 2 days, and I didn't have almost any bites. So I knew if I didn't get bit by 9 o'clock, I had to do something I haven't tried yet and just kind of go practicing. So.
Yeah, you looking forward to tomorrow?
Or Wednesday, yep.
Wednesday, I mean.
Yep,
Wednesday.
yep. Looking forward to it. That lake's set up similar to here, and I don't know, I spent a day over there, so we'll kind of just go fishing. That's all we're going to do.
Awesome. Glad you had a good time, dude.
Yep, yep, thank you.
I'm a big fan of the interviews on day 1.
Yes.
Day 1, day 2, because again, we're talking about it. They're getting used to having cameras in the boat. Not too many of these anglers get to fish with a camera in the boat for 5 hours straight. So you get some really outrageous, really good post interviews, and you get some. Yeah, crap. Can I say something else? So I love it. But that's what this event is all about. It's homegrown, it's local, it's guys that
it's genuine.
Genuine. Great word. We take guys who want to do it, want to get to that next level, and we make them to that next level, and then from here on out. So that's what Head to Head is about. I'm gonna ask you, got anything else you want to wrap it up with?
Just watching those interviews, just kind of like you were saying, you can tell that these guys just stepped off of an emotional ride, and it is so cool to see that. And you know, I'm looking forward to what they do. You know, when the winners move on, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yep.
Just excited. It's, again, such a great platform.
So that the guys that fish today will fish again on Wednesday.
Yep.
We have a new 8 that starts tomorrow, back on the same body of water. So make sure to tune in tomorrow for the continuation of Southeast Smackdown on Geneva is tomorrow's lake again with a brand new 8. From there on out, Andy and Matt, we're going to sign off. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.